My Zoom's not up, but I guess I don't need that. All right, let's do this thing. Today is Wednesday, October 26th. The time is, we're going to call it 5:40. We had a brief technical delay. Notice has been duly posted, and we are calling the Finance and Personnel 2 Committee to order. We'll start with roll call. Alder Knott.
Present.
Alder Smith.
Here.
Myself, Dan Stevens, am also present as chair. With FNP 2, we have the entire council, so we also have Alder Jurassic,
Present.
Alder Wolf,
Present.
and Alder Stokes.
Here.
We have a room full of people. I'm not sure I want to name them all, but Amanda, Joanne, the mayor, Sabrina, and others. Hello. We'll go to item 2 is consideration on minutes from the previous meeting.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
Second.
By Alder Smith, seconded by Alder Knott to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Next, we will have public input. Public input is limited to 3 minutes. Anybody wishing to provide public input, please approach the podium there. Thank you, Larry. Anybody online? Second call for public input. Third and final call for public input. Hearing no public input is now closed. Consideration and possible action on the following items under finance. Item 4, the 2023 proposed executive budget, including budgets for general fund, special revenue funds, debt service funds, enterprise funds, capital project funds, and community development authority funds. So before we really head in, please excuse my preamble, but I'm going to address some administrative items so everybody is clear on how we will proceed this evening. FNP 2 operates a little differently than regular committee meetings. So first, this meeting is scheduled for tonight and tomorrow night if necessary. Our goal will be to complete this budget tonight if possible. If it runs long, we'll reconvene tomorrow at 5:30. We'll take stock after several hours and then seek a consensus if we can sally forth to end tonight or determine a cutoff point. Staff are present and available for questions, but please keep in mind that most have been in the building since 8 a.m. We have families and children and are potentially looking at a 16-hour day here at City Hall. Last year, we knocked this out in just over 5 hours. Also, we have 2 new alders who are going through their first budget process. So during FNP 2, all alders may preside and be recognized so that they may ask questions of staff and engage in debate. However, only FNP committeemen, that being Alder Knott, Alder Smith, and myself, may vote at FNP. Non-FNP members may suggest a motion that they would support in hopes that a member may make said motion. Non-FNP members, you'll also have the ability to vote on the budget as a whole when it gets to Common Council after the budget hearing. But I ask that and encourage you that if you have any questions, or need to address any concerns, share any ideas or dissension, that they be resolved here tonight at FNP 2. I am compelled to stress the time to tackle the budget questions it is now. It is not after or during the budget hearing. All alders should have received their budget binders and the ancillary documents, including the equipment replacement budget request, wage info, and employee splits. Alders should have asked questions and reached out to staff prior to this meeting, as many of those questions have a simple and ready staff answer. I'd like to give special thanks to our wonderful staff for making the budget books happen. I found it was a worthwhile tool as we manage our budget that has 8 digits in it. We will review each section of the budget as it is presented in the budget binder. We will be operating off the city administrator's budget as a starting point, not the department head's budget. Alders may choose to increase, decrease, or eliminate specific line items. If the line item is satisfactory, we'll leave it be accepted as a part of the whole budget. And then before we really go into it and commence, I did have some concerns over how the equipment replacement fund budget was being utilized, as that affects many department budgets as we go through the binder. I feel compelled that council should kind of establish its general philosophical belief on the equipment replacement fund, specifically when it is not appropriate to use. My belief is that we have two budgets, the general fund, which we're addressing tonight, and the capital improvement budgets. This year, I noticed there was a trend where departments were citing expectations annually from equipment replacement on a year-over-year budget basis with its impacts. We ought not treat equipment replacement as a third budget, which departments may expect a slice of each year. Those appropriations should be relegated to the general fund or the capital improvement fund, with some exceptions from other sources like ARPA, state trust fund, et cetera. I'd like to ask our finance director, Sabrina, for guidance in a brief, quick overview on equipment replacement history and uses. After that, we'll get like one quick go around as it may guide the process tonight through each department. And then we will dive right in. So Sabrina, could you maybe tell us a little bit about how the history, how it's funded, and when it should and should not be used?
Yes, thank you. So tonight I did pass out a handout. In that handout, you can see 2017 through 2022 so far year to date. In that summary, the first chart shows you the beginning equity, the fund balance in that account. Then you can see the property tax levy that we've given the equipment replacement fund each year. Then the next column is other revenue. So that's other revenue that's earned. Sometimes we put, if we receive a grant, we'll put the grant in equipment replacement fund because it may push into 2 years. So we would put the grant in there and then the expense in there as well. So that's where that other revenue piece is coming in. You can see there was a large amount in 2020. Our COVID dollars went in there. We received some CARES Act funding in 2020, which is why there was $500,000 there in 2020. Then the next column shows you the transfers from the general fund. So every year, the city of Onalaska is very good about, sticking to the budget, coming close to budget and even under budget. So every year we are usually able to do a transfer from the general fund into the equipment replacement fund. And then the next column shows the expenses that have occurred from 2017 to present to get to our ending equity. So you can see compared to 2017, we've almost doubled our equity balance in the equipment replacement fund. Where my concern is in 2022, I wasn't able to give any levy to the equipment replacement fund. And in 2022, my only concern is that we won't be able to do a large operating transfer to the equipment replacement fund because I think we're going to come pretty close to our budget dollars for this year. In my opinion,
I guess we have to
Sorry,
start over
yeah,
today.
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on either, so, okay. I agree with Sabrina. I think just what your explanation is, I think we may have kind of swayed away from what our, maybe the original intent was. I think I like the idea that we really should be using it basically for the smaller pieces and for truly replacement costs and those smaller items and where we can actually take advantage of it in a better way of doing it. So I support your recommendation.
If I could just add one more thing.
Yes, this is
Chair,
all you. You have
So this
valuable-
year, so typically I think what's been done in the past, and I would defer to Jared as well. I think what happened in the past is departments would submit their request and then the old finance director would say, nope, this should go to the capital improvements budget and would push it to Jared to put it on the capital improvements budget. There are 2 vehicles in here that I left in here for this year. I did that purposefully. I felt that those 2 vehicles are not part of like a normal fleet, like we're not always updating those departments' vehicles. So I did keep them in there. Obviously, it's the purview of you guys if you don't agree with that, but I did keep them in there for this year just because it's not a regular purchase for that department. So,
Like you said, there might be some exceptions at times.
right.
You would still look at things that could be an exception to that, but not necessarily the rule. Okay. Yeah, that would be my thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with both Tom and Sabrina as well. And it's something we can always relook at any given year and see how this is working out too. We're not beholden to anything forever based off of a decision today. But I think for FY or for fiscal year 2023, that's the route we should take. Yeah.
I guess just to recap my thoughts was, I always looked at it as we know that you can't plan for everything and you're going to have surprises. We need to be prepared for those. And there's non-budgeted items that pop up. And this is our best mechanism to be able to do that. So my desire is that we keep this as a sustainable fund. And then to Sabrina's point, if we don't think we're going to be able to transfer money in, we have a lot of money going out, we are setting ourselves up for a future problem. So that's why this is getting some special attention. So other alders, we'll start with Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank Sabrina for providing this handout. I had asked her to provide it for all of us this evening because I thought it would give us at least a brief synopsis and overview of kind of where we've been the last however many years. So kind of show, because my concern was that there seemed to be a large number of asks this year, as there are a number of years, but I just wanted to kind of get an idea because I didn't know what the answer was going to be. Like, I didn't know what it was going to show, but I share everyone's concerns here. The previous comments about keeping it and reserving it for those special occasions. It's really almost like a disaster type of fund. I know when the clerks voting machines got wet last year, this is the fund that we got. I think when fire had bald tires, it wasn't that much, but a few years ago, this is the fund that we used. So I totally agree and concur with our finance director and the other comments made by alders. Thank you.
Thoughts, Alder Stokes?
Right. I agree with Sabrina. I believe that we have someone in place that knows a lot about her job and she does a good job at it. I think we should look to her for her guidance. I understand that the council also has the responsibility to set policy. So if we choose to make changes, that is the way that this is set up. But for the most part, I would just stay with what Sabrina has talked about tonight. Thank you.
Larry, you wanted to go last.
I thought the committee was.
Pointed that way.
Okay. First of all, I want to repeat the comments that the chair said about the excellent work that was done to put these books together. It's a fantastic job, and I want to make sure that statement gets expressed to all departments, all the work that they've done to put this thing together. My comments are identical to everybody else. I agree with having a fund set aside, not stipulated to one particular area, but to cover any problems that will occur, and things will occur, especially mechanical. If it's mechanical, it will break. So that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alder Jurassic. So let's open up the book. We started with a letter from the city administrator. Since you've issued this letter, I believe that you read that before. Are there any changes or updates or things, Amanda, that you want to make us aware of?
I'll defer to Sabrina for her list of proposed changes.
Thank you. So also at your desk chairs tonight is the listing of budget changes from the 2023 proposed budget submission. So the first one, the first item is all related to open enrollment. So our open enrollment ended on October 21st. And thank you to our awesome HR staff who were able to get me all of the information Monday. So then I could crunch the numbers and get this change in here for this evening. So there is some areas where I didn't budget quite enough in my initial estimate and some areas where I budgeted too much. So you can see that in the first item. Those were all the open enrollment changes. So Chair, I don't know if it is your discretion to talk about each one and then vote on it, or do you want to talk about all of them? I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
For the omnibus approach, so what are we looking at for net difference? Has this affected the,
So in general, the net difference is 0. So I was able to make it a 0 between the open enrollment changes and then the other changes that are listed on this sheet. It'll be a net 0 to the general fund.
if we just want to take a moment to review this, and then if anybody has any questions for Sabrina on the budget changes from the.
Do you have any additional copies?
Did you not get one?
I didn't have one, so we were sharing.
We can. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought there was one on everyone's. sheet.
I got, well, I have two.
Maybe it just- Do you want me to review the other changes, Chair, that are in there? Because there's change 1 and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Let's, yeah, I guess let's go down them, and then we could,
And you can
if
vote.
it's all acceptable, then we'll make one grand
Okay.
motion.
So then change 2 during my review after submitting the budget, I realized that I budgeted the mayor's salaries to the general fund into water, but I did not put the portion that gets allocated to sewer, tourism, and stormwater. So that's what change 2 is. It does not affect the general fund, but it does affect sewer, tourism, and stormwater. Change 3, during the review of the budget, it was noted that we did not budget for other income in the sewer fund and in the past, we've done around 40,000. And this year we've actually come over $40,000 in that other income line. So that is item 3. Item 4, I did email and put in your mailboxes. There was my error in reviewing the ordinance. I thought everyone got the COLA, but it is based on the change in on when you were elected for the COLA. So I did make that change. So that is item 4. That decreased expenses in the general fund. Item 5, I mentioned this, the Gunderson parking ramp. Since we got our statement of assessment, I was able to calculate a preliminary mill rate. So I had to adjust the levy that goes to our Gunderson parking ramp by $15,000. So I increased the parking ramp levy, decreased the general fund levy. And with the savings above I had $1,400 in 1401, and I adjusted that to miscellaneous income in the general fund. So that one's kind of twofold, and a portion went to the property tax levy and then a portion to the general fund. Item 6, in the general fund, we received initially a quote from MPIC, which does our property insurance. And I believe they had given me a 9% increase. The day before the budget books came out, they sent me an updated quote. So that saved us $3,240. So that we received that updated quote for 2023, and I put it in your books, but I forgot to adjust the insurance number that is in your budget books for that. So there's a $3,240 decrease in expenses for our insurance, comp, boiler, etc. Lastly, item 7, during review from council members talking to department heads, it was noted that our IT temporary seasonal position should be also charged to water, sewer, and storm. So you can see the full amount was charged to the general fund. So I'm decreasing the general fund for that position with only charging 25%, and then increasing water, sewer, and storm in item 7.
Is item 4 that you had, is that reflected in item 5 on the agenda in the resolution, or is that a separate?
Yes. They get like 4.7% of our levy. Yeah, yep. That does end in 2028. Yeah, so Amanda, Jared, and I were actually having a conversation about the parking ramp today. And we're gonna try to get some more guidance on that from Sean O'Flaherty, who would have been involved with all of that, the agreements. So then as we get closer to it, we're just ready for when it dissolves. Yep.
I know it's getting close.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm inclined to make one motion, but to tie this all together, but does anybody have individual line items that we want to address and pull out and treat separately? All right, so then I will make a motion that we accept the changes as presented by the finance director for items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, as stated on the budget changes from the 2023 proposed budget submission.
Second.
Motion by me, seconded by Stephen. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the proposed changes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Any further things for the wrap up for this section, Sabrina or Amanda? Okay, the next tab that we will go to is assessment info. Now, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like City of Onalaska's portion of the county equalized value actually decreased. So that should mean a slight decrease as our portion to the county taxes. Would that be the county property taxes and probably TC?
Kind of. It's a little more complex than that. So it did and it didn't. So Alder Stokes did ask me this question, and I did hear back from the state today. So our personal property tax equalized value decreased by 58%. So that's part of the issue there. So what that is I heard back from the state today. What happened is there was something that the assessor reported incorrectly in 2021 after they had issued the statement of equalized value for personal property. So it looks like we have a 58% decrease in personal property, but we really don't. There was an error that happened in 2021. And it just happened after they submitted the equalized value. So that's part of the change. Part of that is personal property. So that change, I feel like, isn't accurate. That makes sense.
All right.
But they did assure me that in 2020, we were at like 33 million. So 35 million is very comparable to what we were in 2020.
Okay. Anybody have any items on the assessment tab? Seeing none, well, let's move on to the wage info. When the budget is approved, we are approving the salaries as of January 1st, 2023, and that would include the step increases and the COLAs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
These appear on the binder that they were arranged by pay grade. I thought it was straightforward, especially compared to years past. I think we've had to jump around, so. And I didn't see any, in the past, we've had some errors on people's salaries, but I didn't catch any this time. All right, thoughts on the wage info? Alder Jurassic.
Yeah, the only question I have is for the city administrator. Is that for the full year or how are they doing it?
I believe the answer is that was for 7 months, but I will defer to our finance director.
We had a little bit of room, and just so we wouldn't put us in a bad spot for next year, I was able to do 8 months for the administrator.
So we should get going and put those ads out then. All right.
Maybe description?
Yeah.
And then I did, our interim city administrator, I did budget her salary at a higher rate for next year as well, for those months that she will hopefully still be interim for us.
Thank you.
Are you holding out okay, Amanda?
Ask her after tonight.
Any other thoughts on the wage info? Okay, the next tab is expense summary. Then I noticed that there was a substantial increase in the public charges for services, and I believe that is our town compact with the fire department of fire service. Okay. We all good? Let's keep this bus moving. We're making good time. We're gonna go on to revenues. Note that my room tax is doing great. I had a lot of questions on this, but I had those all addressed in a 4-hour session with Sabrina, so. Anybody have questions on the revenues?
Right direction.
Good. Next tab is Common Council. So some of those changes that we had just approved, those would be more correct for than what we have here, so.
It's 51. It's the very first line and the very second line.
Correct.
Yep. See updates.
Council's happy. Alder Stokes.
your mic a little bit. We're not picking up on your mic.
I'm sorry. I did talk to Sabrina regarding this subscription and dues, and it is for the League of Municipalities. I just asked if this was something that was just the blanket, or if it is by person, and whether it's so much for each person or if it's just blanket. And I don't know if you were able to find that out.
It's blanket for the city. So that is the city's membership to the League of Wisconsin Municipalities.
Okay, great, thank you.
So as we made a change in this season going into the budget process, and council had requested the budget binders, and I know that they were printed at some expense. The amount that we have for copy usage and paper has stayed the same. Can we make this future expense fit? Or do we need to budget more money for that?
So sorry, I probably don't have to raise
Yeah,
my hand.
if I look at you and I stop talking, we don't have to be super formal.
All right, thank you. So I did increase your printing and forms line item by $500. That should be plenty. So you should be fine with that.
Okay. Any other questions? Now we will go to Police and Fire Commission.
Big one.
If it's $375 budget. Get out the axe. Nothing? Okay, then we'll go to
Another big one.
Municipal Court General Fund.
Cancel it.
That's even less. $12. Can we get by without that 312 or leave it there?
Interest $100.
City Attorney Fund. Amanda, maybe you could talk. Looks like we've jumped around a little bit on the outside attorneys under the other contractual. I know we had some expenses this year, and where do you think we're going with that? Or so the department, the city attorney budget from you was 20,000, and the city administrator budget also was 35,000. And I'm not sure which one of you I'm supposed to trust.
I know it's tricky. So when I put my original budget together, I did a 0 increase across the board. I did move stuff around, but I did not change any dollars. However, we did have board of review during that time period in which we have at least 2, if not 3 circuit court challenges for property tax assessments. And so the reason for the increase is it is likely that if that needs to go through a full circuit court challenge, that we will be hiring outside counsel to do that. And so I increased it for this year in anticipation of that. So I don't expect that that would be an ongoing increase across multiple years. But in preparation for the potential litigation, I did increase it. If it's not needed, it'll get absorbed back into other costs. And then also moving forward, that could be used to go back into the administrator's salary.
Right, thank you. Alder or not?
Yeah, another reason why there should probably be an increase is based on the fact that we're with an interim city administrator that is also the city attorney. There are going to be times where she may have to reach out to contractual services when she normally would not, because there could be a potential perception of a conflict of interest or something like that too. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
All right, anyone else? Okay, we're good on that. Also to Amanda is the city administrator budget.
So Sabrina and I really just sat down and kind of looked at what the spending has been on this budget across the last couple of years. And so we did cut a few things and move a few things around, but also wanted to, respect that there's going to be somebody new in that position and not also limit them. And so we did make a few changes and we did reduce a few areas.
Okay. Next tab is the mayor. But only the portion of the mayor from the general fund, not the mayor from the water.
Yes.
We've been using the, that amount of money from the seminars, conference and travel.
I have not used it for traveling, but I have used it. This is where we got the money from when we had the council attend some different events that were not normally scheduled, such as LADCO and other things. And the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, unfortunately, my schedule didn't permit me to go, but it was in lacrosse this year. So I'd like to maintain that budget in anticipation of future events.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could you tell us about the lacrosse chamber talent attraction campaign? Is that actually money going to the lacrosse chamber and not like Onalaska's?
Okay, so that money, it was a 3-year pledge, which is obviously on our part only funded annually. And that was to attract what I consider it part of our economic development. It's to attract talent to the region. So we worked cooperatively with, the chamber was the head on it, but there were many other large organizations across the region that pooled money together to create this campaign to promote valuable employees to come to this region.
So the city has a multi-year pledge that we've promised.
Yes, but it's funded each year individually, so if the council so chose, I mean, it's not like we have a contract, it was just a pledge to commit to the materials, because they did a lot of like video work and promotional materials.
I believe this is the last year of the pledge too, isn't it?
2023 will be the last year.
All right, let's move on to finance. Covered a lot already, but Sabrina, I'll give you the floor again.
I did increase my my permanent part-time and temporary seasonal wages a little bit. We're gonna try to really watch our hours this year and see like how much we can, like if we can try to decrease our hours of our part-time and seasonal staff that came in. But I did increase their wage. Their wage had not been increased for many, many years. So I did increase their wage, which increased the dollars. So hopefully after this year, we can have a better idea of how many hours we do need for our part-time seasonal staff. But those staff help us out in so many ways. Joanne uses a couple of them. They also do election stuff for us. So during the spring elections, like they come in and they're able to help us at the front counter and also help Joanne out with absentee voting. So they're pretty valuable to us. So I felt that they were worthy of an increase, but that's why you see an increase in my part-time and seasonal. My other contractual services, as you can see, I'm already over budget in that line item, and that I didn't increase it for next year. We do charge our credit card fees to that account. And I'm hoping to, as we transition to a new provider for our credit cards, to increase the fees. So then hoping that that dollar figure will stay the same, or if not, go down. In my other
part, we have some things pending on that with reviewing like Discover and America, issuers that have high fees.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then if we drop them, then we can lower that expense.
Yep. And a portion of it does get charged to water and sewer. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can stay pretty close to that 13.2, which is why I didn't increase it.
And then as far as the wages go, from our conversation, for the record, I mean, some of them were absurdly low. It was like
$10 an hour.
or, yeah. All right, any other thoughts on the finance, old or not?
Under the postage, just looking for an explanation. I see that it dropped by 25% from 21 to 22, and now it's raised back up 30% for, for next year. So I'm just looking for why the great fluctuations.
In postage.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like we were at 2,200 and then we went to 2,000 and we budgeted 1,500 for this year, but we've already gone over. A lot of the postage in our suite comes from mainly at the end of the year, we have to send out some water bills. We have to send out letters regarding like special assessments. And if you don't pay your special, it's going to go on your property tax bill. And then we also do that for if you have a delinquent balance for your water bill. So that's when we really use a lot of our postage. But I can't tell you what happened in 2020. But so far this year, like I said, we have gone over, which is why I increased it slightly.
And then if I could too, under 330 there with the seminars, conference travel, again, there's huge fluctuation. The 2022 budget of 2,500, but we didn't even use half of that, but we're going back to 2,500 next year. Are we
Yep.
to actually do that or?
Yeah, so the prior finance director didn't really go to any conferences or any like CE. I am a CPA, and to keep my CPA license, I do need to attend conferences, and I think it's of value to the city for me to be going to those conferences. I was on maternity leave for 3 months, so there was a couple conferences that I did forego. I did do one virtually while I was actually towards the end of my leave, but there was one this fall that I wasn't able to attend. Then I also increased that budget last year because I want the ability to send the rest of my staff to a conference.
I have no problem with them.
No, absolutely.
Historically, since I've been here anyway, we've always had very big eyes on conferences and seminars and not use that money, not just in finance. I'm saying across the board. Everyone has, a big eyes on what they think they're going to do, and then that money is out there at the end of the year because we never used it. So if you think you're going to be using it this next year, I'm all for it. So yeah.
And two, that was coming off of the 2020 was just a weird year where.
2020, yeah, that was definitely bizarre. Yeah.
All right. Any other comments? If not, let's go to the city clerk. Joanne, do we need to keep up with elections?
Elections has its own tab.
So yes. Okay. We're good?
I've got some questions.
I guess we're not.
They're actually,
not.
they're going to almost mirror what I asked with Sabrina. So the postage has big fluctuations again. 2022 budget, 3,200, year to date, 1,180. But we're going to ask for 2,300 2,310 next year. I guess I'm just looking for an explanation on that, and I'm going to end up giving you the same question on the seminars too.
Sure, you bet. So looking at that, I agree with you. So basically, I just reallocated some of that money that was in postage and put it toward an account that needed more funds because it was something that was going higher on my limit. So I agree, I took some of that money out of postage and put it into other places. And as far as seminars, the conference that Sabrina was referencing that she did through Zoom this year is the same institute that my deputy city clerk is attending. It's a 4-year institute that has been in person. It's a full week at Green Bay. The last 2 years, they've done it remote. So I need to be prepared for them to go back in person and to pay for that hotel stay for that full week.
That makes sense. So, but then back to the postage though, still have basically a 100% increase for next year from what you actually used year to date. Do you think you're going to need that?
I'd rather err on the side of caution and have it, but I mean, as you can see, I already did reduce it some.
Okay.
I don't know that we've ever actually hit. You see in 2020, there was postage of 3,400 almost was spent in 2020.
Yeah.
So it could be something that's cyclical that's just not coming to mind right now, that it would be a large mailing that we need to do. I guess I'd rather have it, the cushion, than to not have it.
It's in between. And again, 2020, I know that we had more mailings for the same reason we had less seminars. So
True.
Yeah.
The overall budget didn't change. It's just a matter of removing some of the postage and putting it into other accounts that was running low.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Alder Jurassic.
Yeah, the employee testing. Now that was background checks.
Correct. Background checks that are done for solicitors permits and for somebody who's applying to be a registered agent on a liquor license.
And is personnel also doing the same background check, or are these totally different ones?
That would not be under my budget.
That'd be for people hiring in would be the other one. Okay,
I would assume.
Personnel would get billed to the department that's hiring.
I'm sorry.
Personnel background checks would get billed to the department that is hiring.
All right, so I know you wanted to talk about elections.
Well, the good news on
You can
elections. is
save money, we'll just cancel
Yes.
them all.
Yes, the budget is much smaller next year because we only have 2 spring elections, much smaller elections than what we have in odd number years are much better for elections. You'll see a much smaller budget. There's no fall elections. We don't need to staff as many poll workers for the spring elections either. So there's a saving in wages just overall. It's a savings of more than 50% across the board because the elections are smaller.
Put your hand up, Steve.
Yeah, I do. So, so 2023 being an odd year, we won't have a fall election, correct?
Correct.
So, but, well, I was going down the postage rabbit hole again, but I think I'm good with what I see there. All right,
Right. We still just don't have a crystal ball of what absentee voting is going to look like and how much we need for postage. We're getting back in the direction of more people coming to the polls in person. We'll have maybe a clearer picture in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But
I'm good
we're
with
definitely
it.
seeing a downturn in people requesting absentee by mail.
You're still looking at 45 employees at the election time?
Yep, for this election, for the November 8th election, we have 45 employees scheduled.
All right, then, let's go on to audit. Yeah, I don't know, if we can do a whole lot with that.
Those first, yeah.
Yeah, this is our audit contract. You can't really do anything here, unfortunately. This is what we have to pay them. We agreed to it, so can't really do anything here.
Is that an
So if we
annual?
needed 21,500, we could not cut this.
We can't cut the audit,
Right,
unfortunately.
but there'd probably be a loss.
I mean, I'd be okay with it,
Prizes
like,
would be something.
save me a lot of work, but
And that's locked in on an annual contract, right? That's an annual contract that's
Yes.
for over a number of years, right?
correct, yeah. The contract, just a portion of the contract is behind here.
I see it
The
now. yeah.
auditors, yeah.
Yeah, by year, okay.
All right, then, well, if we can't do anything there, let's go on to human resources. Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question regarding the audit. Are we like,
Oh, Are we backing up?
well,
I'm sorry.
no, it's just a quick question. So Sabrina, did we go out to RFP? So like, is it like maybe a 2 or 3 year or something? It's not your,
We did go to RFP, so it is good through 2025.
thank you.
That goes to Hawkins.
Thank you.
Made Amy like stand up and walk over and now if anybody has questions for HR. I got a feeling we'll maybe need Amy. So we had a letter. There was a budget request for some personnel reclassification. Amy, do you want to maybe come up and tell us where we are with that?
Yes, good evening. I had submitted a request for consideration for a reclassification for the HR generalist position due to the duties for that position. I can go into details or available for questions, however you wish for me to proceed.
So did the job, so we just came out of the wage study, and I know that we've already had some reclassifications come down, which I think maybe have altered that, but so there's been additional tasks that have been assigned, or the department has changed in a way where basically that there's more responsibilities in which the position is graded for. Are we not, is your position that we're not graded correctly right now, or that the grading should change?
It is my opinion that the grading should be higher classification. Currently, it is rated as a grade 6, and I'm requesting that it be a grade 7.
Okay, and that would just be with this department. So having just gone through the wage study, like you just have one position there, but we have a whole city. Is the wage study still relatively good, or do we have things that we need to address across throughout the whole spectrum of personnel?
Yeah, again, obviously I was not here during that wage study. I believe that was a 2020 wage study implemented in 2021, if I'm correct. So this has just been since my assessment of the position and needing more out of this position because of the demands of the duties. Again, there's been, in terms of like our time and attendance system, that contract has been basically handed over to the HR generalist position, and that position is the point for that system for the city. There's been additional complexities in terms of benefits of needing more out of this position to also be the one to communicate with our carriers and understand all of the nuances that go with the benefit administration, in terms of also filling in for sensitive human resources relations situations and being on the ready for those type of things, and then serving as a backup when I am not available. So a whole host of complexity of duties.
All right, so I guess my feeling is, I want our people to be compensated correctly and fairly. Now, the request is not part of the current budget, is that my understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so if we go down that road, we're gonna have to find the money. So who do we want? We'll start with Amanda.
I just wanted to follow up on the compensation study. And so as Amy mentioned, we did do a compensation study in 2020. We implemented it in 2021. We then immediately followed it up with multiple reorganizations to various departments. We then had our former administrator institute a fair number of equity adjustments across the city, to the point that I do think, quite frankly, that our compensation study is likely already outdated. And considering market changes as well as those prior changes, I think we do run into a little bit of a slippery slope when we start to look at individual positions without looking at the entire broader city. As far as why I didn't include it in the budget, when I came into the budget process, I knew we were likely going to be at a deficit. And so I took the position as the interim administrator that basically requests for personnel changes, whether it be a reclassification or an increase in hours, were not going to be a priority. So as you may remember, last year, we had several departments that had asked for positions to have their hours increased. You did not have that this year, because I kind of gave fair warning that that was just not going to be a priority this year. And so obviously this is at the purview of the council as to whether they want to find the dollars for this reclassification. But as far as our compensation study, I do think at some point in the near future, we are going to have to take a broader look at compensation.
Okay, so committee and extra part of the committee. So if we just proceed, it's not part of the budget and we can move on. If that gets accepted, then the position stays where it is. We can try to make a change to this if we want this to go through. And I guess the third thing we could do is perhaps set this to the side, and if we find money, then we could decide if we want to go back and address this later. So what is the will of the committee? Or is there input from the non-committee members? Alder Stokes.
Thank you, Chair. I sat with Amy and Lexi for a good amount of time going through this. And I know that it's kind of hard because this was something that I think was asked for last year and wasn't part of the budget last year. And it seemed to me in the conversations is that the prior city administrator had said, we'll look at this next year. So, and also just in general, I think that Lexi, when she comes to council and takes the place of the HR person, I think she's extremely well prepared. And the last one that she did, I mean, she was fielding questions and very rarely did she even have to look at information. She had it in her head. She knows what she's doing. I think she's a valuable asset to Amy. There is only the two of them and they're doing, I've only been here 6 months, but what you had in as an HR person before and what you have now, I think they're implementing a lot of different new things. And so I would just ask the committee to take that into consideration. Thank you.
So thank you, Alder Stokes. As a reminder, we want to address this as a position, not as a person though. So.
Thank you.
We'd have to find the money because we're balanced right now. Correct.
Alder Nutt?
Yeah, so, looking at the study, the key piece here is that after considering actual job duties performed and then conducting necessary analysis that there's a current misalignment. So I just think that out of fairness that we should be paying our employees for the work they're doing. So if at all possible, I'd like to find this money. I think that there might, no, let me go back. Be some, and there was one or two of those accounts that had very large postals for like, almost like just in case to be prepared, there might be a little bit there to pay for it.
So I think that the clerk budget had a budget of in excess of 1,100, but that's not going to be enough for what they're
No,
asking for.
no. Well, I'm just
And
saying,
I don't
we have to
wanna-
look at it. It's not going to come
I
from
don't
any
wanna-
one account. Yeah.
I guess if that's, we've, in the interest of fairness, if that's the approach you're going to take, I think you should put this to the side as Dan's number 3 option was and recognize that you want to find the money, but continue through the remainder of the budgets
Sure.
and then go back.
Alder Wolf?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I would urge the FNP2 committee this evening to decide, number one, on the merits of whether the position should be reclassed versus whether or not there's money to do it. Thank you.
Could you repeat that last part? I didn't hear it.
Oh, gosh, really?
Just the last
2 hours sleep in me, so I'm a little fried. So I would urge the committee of FNP2 this evening to base your decision more on the actual merits of if you think the position should be reclassed, not whether or not there's money that can be found. Thank you.
Thank you for that input. So I think the consensus at this point is we'll keep moving on and then potentially come back to that. So I don't think so. I think we can just, so mental note when we get to the end is, where are we?
Yeah, that's why we're here. So.
All right, so the next item is the assessor. Right, so an interesting little tidbit we looked into. There under wages, there's a $300 budget, which is not a whole lot, and that's actually kind of the point. The stipend paid to Board of Review members apparently goes as far back as we can have records for, which was 25 years.
Well, I mean, you asked a big task. I went downstairs and I could find budget books to like, what did we find, Karen? 1998. I'm sure I could have digged further and found more. But in 1998, it was still $300.
And thank you. I'm sure you have other things to do than try to dig this out. My point is that this has been apparently a quarter of a century that this has hasn't been reviewed, and it's kind of small. So I think it just kind of slips through the cracks. Some years, border review is kind of just quick and done, and I think this year was one of them. But it includes now we have to take a class. You have to be certified, you pass a test, and then you have multiple meetings, although they're short. And even this year, since there was no kind of residential complaints, everything was referred to the circuit court. So there wasn't a whole lot of work into it. But there are years, and I know Alder Wolf has said sometimes there's been, 5-hour knockout sessions with very angry people. And I don't think that the stipend has kept up with the time. Might be harder for budgeting, but one approach might be to have like a smaller amount as a per diem. So if it's quick and easy, then it's over and done. But alders are not stuck going to 6 or 7 long meetings for a total of $100 in its entirety. So I don't know what we would bring it to from a time value of money. Looks like it's about, from 25 years ago, $100 would be about $180 if we kept on that same metric. Not super important, but at some point, I think somebody should review this stuff, because otherwise it'll be another 25 years. And this might be something that we could address at the end. Amanda.
I was just going to mention that in the next year, we are going to be updating that ordinance due to some state statute changes. And that might be a good time, unless this is extremely important, to kind of dive deeper into this.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else? You didn't think we were going to be stopping on assessor though, did you? All right, so City Hall. Mr. Wick is in charge of this department. isn't
I've got IT.
IT.
I skipped one.
Yep, no, I'm on it.
IT.
Okay.
I just wanted to get to City Hall so fast.
I think they just gave you the IT budget, Dan.
You're it. You're it.
That red shirt sticking out.
Okay, so Jared, how are you today?
Good.
Does anybody have questions for Jared?
This is for the IT portion. Under the website, we increased it substantially this year. Are we going to be expending that? Because, the year's almost done. Are we going to be, or we're just pulling, I guess I'm looking for why are we staying with 4,600 if it doesn't look like we need that much?
We are going to be budgeting for, hopefully through the capital improvements budget, a new website, and we don't have an ascertained direct cost to that website yet. And I'm sure it's going to go up with what we have now compared to what we're going to end up with in the future. So that's would be my recommendation, to leave it, knowing that we have, hopefully if it gets funded through the capital improvements process, a new website, which, as we talked about during Board of Public Works, for ADA standards and a variety of reasons, it'd be good to upgrade the city website.
This is just operating cost, if you will, because that any upgrades for that would actually be coming out of the capital improvements, right?
Correct, but there'll still be an operating component to it, a yearly cost.
Expecting operating costs to go up.
I would expect that our operating costs would go up, correct?
All right.
We had a big variance between the department and the administrator's budget for other contractual. I think that's the MCS.
Yeah, so when we originally did the budget, We had sent out the RFP. We had not gotten the RFPs back from our vendors yet. We received 3 vendor RFPs. Did choose MCS. As part of that RFP process, we did have a process where we were asking for more support. As part of that, due to our limited staffing, we have the 1 full-time IT individual. As part of that, when we looked at it, the cost benefit and knowing the budget was going to be tight, we did not opt to approve that bid alternate. So that's the reason in the original budget, I had the 110,000. We actually have the 81,166 in the budget. It still went up a little, well, almost $10,500 just with the new contract that we have.
And we noticed that you had an increase in the temporary or seasonal, or in the past, years past, they had not been used. Is that,
So we actually had a seasonal employee. We've had a variety of interns over the years. This year we kept our intern on staff, and we found that there's a lot of activities such as going out and making sure that we have inventory up to date, things like that. Take some time off of our IT manager's plate to not go out and do those mundane tasks, making sure that we have changing out simple items such as screens for people, things such as that we wanted to try and have a IT person that we could put at part-time. We're hoping to find a student that would work 1 day a week is what we're hoping.
right, any other thoughts for the IT? Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. So Jared, one thing I apologize, I forgot to ask you about. I do have a concern as far as, I understand that we have expanded our MCS contract to the next level. I think it's at platinum that we're at now.
We had platinum in the budget, and I know when I was with Alder Stokes, she was asking about that, and I think I misstated when I was with her, but the part that was in the budget for the 22,000 under the line items,
Yep.
that's the part that got cut out. So that's the reason part of the reason we went from the 110 down to the 81.
Okay. I guess one concern I have is whether or not we have enough IT support outside of MCS and NILS. And I'll be probably talking about that later when we get to another one of your tabbed. But I just have a concern that I'll be asking some more input from you as far as need and wants and needs and what we can accomplish. Thank you.
Welcome. Finance Director Steger.
Thank you. Also with the IT, that was one of the budget changes. So his permanent part-time wage did go down based on the budget change that you already approved. So that will change in the adopted budget. So just so you're aware.
I see that now. All right. Let's go to City Hall. Director Wick was chomping at the bit to get up there. Get home to his goats.
Drum roll.
So I know that we have there's 50,000 for the City Hall signage that was transferred from capital improvements. And that's not
That would be under equipment replacement, which I think we'll address later.
Come again?
I would believe that has been moved to equipment replacement, which will be addressed, I believe, later, not a part of this. Unless you want to address it now, we can.
I guess, why would that be in equipment replacement and not CIP?
So it was in CIP, but it at the Board of Public Works, we did make a motion to move that to equipment replacement. But it could be used out of the equipment replacement. Obviously, that could change with that not being final, but
Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I just have a question. I'm not sure who to direct it or ask it of. But for example, when we're under the City Hall tab and we get to the memo of August 8th from our Park and Rec Director, Dan Wick, are we approving also the equipment replacement at this time if we're turning pages, or we're going to wait? until we
We'll
get the
address,
equipment?
typically, we've always addressed that when we get to equipment replacement because we come
Okay.
back up front. Each
Okay.
department does and there's questions about the items that we have identified. So
Okay. Thank you.
All right, no, nothing else for Dan?
Good man.
Take like that there. All right, so work comp. Pretty much we have to have it, right?
Yeah, that's another one straightforward.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think we could do anything with it if we
Can't do
wanted.
much of that. It's pretty well dictated.
I guess the only things that I would note in this section, the workers' comp and insurance, there was, you can see the insurance workers' comp. I did, quite frankly, over budget in 2022 for this. That was just an error on my end. So that's why that looks like there's a large decrease. Our workers' comp insurance didn't really go down. I just over budgeted in 2022. I took the full amount and budgeted it to the general fund and didn't budget a portion to the other funds throughout the city. So I fixed that for 2023, but that's why it looks like there's a large decrease.
With our work comp, we're self-insured, is that,
No,
so
that is through Cigna.
self-insured retention is what? I'm looking at a different line,
What line are you looking at? Sorry.
51,946.
Yep, so that is where we put, I mean, Amanda, you could talk a little bit more about that, but that is really our, like our $1,000 deductible line. So we budget for that every year. Usually $1,000 to $2,000, usually $2,000. I did up it to $4,000. We have had a lot of insurance claims. We also budgeted, we had some employment issues, and that's why the looks like it's such a large dollar amount in 2022. Amanda, do you want to add anything to that?
So
No, I would-
SIR is done outside of CIVMIC then, it's like the deductible.
Yes, it's related to that.
Yeah, we're just anticipating that we will pay so many deductibles related to potential accidents.
Okay, or not.
This has got to be my own interpretation here, because when you look at 516 sick leave, it's got $0 paid out for 21 and 22. That can't be right. How am I interpreting that wrong?
So the sick leave payout, what that is if someone retires, when we pay out when they retire.
Okay, it's the cash. I got it.
Yeah, so we do this interestingly, we budget in that line item and then typically we charge it to the actual department. So like when Fred retired, it got charged to finance, but we had a budget amount in there in case we went over. So we had that cushion. So we always budget something in that line item for retirements. Amy and I have discussed this a little bit, that in the future, maybe we should be better with how we budget in that area. But I did increase it this year because of some anticipated retirements. They haven't came out and said that they're fully going to retire, but just there's some anticipation of some. So that's why I did increase it.
But each of those individual departments should also be budgeting for that, right?
Well, usually it's a little bit of a wash because usually there's a time period where they're waiting for someone new to fill the position. It just.
Usually it gets covered by offset wages.
Got it.
And if it's not, then we have this other account in the general fund. Help with that.
Great. Good on work on. Next tab is the police. Alaska's finest.
That's right. I'd second that. Sorry.
No one made
Too
an
far?
original motion.
Not a guy there.
He's the one with the gun. We gotta.
I'm here all night.
So a lot of my questions I had answered with Sabrina when I talked to her. So Stephen,
Yeah, I'm gonna go down that postage rabbit hole again. I see 2,700 budgeted for this year, 694 and change used. We're budgeting for 2,700 against next year. I'm just looking at, we still have this outstanding challenge ahead of us that we're gonna have to make a decision on, reference HR. I mean, is that $2,700 realistic? I mean, are you actually gonna spend that? I don't think you have yet in the past. It's hadn't come close.
Correct. I would agree with you. That is a category we could probably decrease some. Over time, we have not used as much postage traditionally as we have in the past.
thousand out of there.
I'm making notes when we get to that later on areas where I'm seeing where we can nickel and dime this out. All right. I made an annotation of 1K when we get there and see how we can pay for this. I'm assuming you have a bill coming in for operating supplies for 2022 still. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's significantly lower than expenditures in the past, so I'm assuming there must be something coming in.
Yeah, and this sheet isn't the most up to date, so there's been expenses since the time this has been printed, so.
Okay.
You get some rooms on some, but like fuel's gonna run high. so. Older Jurassic.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, you got special event projects overtime. Why the reduction?
Why a
$1,000?
reduction? Actually, that might be a Sabrina question. I'm not 100% sure. That typically is for grants that we work, overtime grants, like click it or ticket or drive sober, different types of grants. We get to the states. Not 100%.
What's the line number you're looking at? Last three?
122?
Got it.
So that account, I did keep it the same as 2022. We budgeted 6,000. So that would be the reasoning as to why I kept it at 6,000.
Well, we did hire additional police officers too, so one would think that we would have a decrease in overtime, right?
This is different. This is like,
Different?
if the state, we participate in certain grants throughout the year, especially throughout the summer. And so that grant money, this is the overtime and we have to bill it to somewhere and then we get reimbursed for it.
So there's a revenue. that
Right, there's a
offsets.
revenue side.
Revenue offsets, okay.
So if we go over, then that means we're gonna get revenue for it. If that makes sense.
I know we had the discussion last year when the overtime budget got cut. I know that you were not in favor of that at all. I see that we're already over that. So do you have any projections? Is the 65,000 reasonable for 2023
No, I would expect we're gonna go over again.
Which one is this? Which line?
overtime? Third line down.
Okay, that's a regular overtime. Got it.
In fairness, it was higher, but like we have more police officers, but I think that sometimes there's more overtime that gets paid. But
Yeah, but there's a drop from 2021.
How many diesel vehicles do you have?
I'm sorry, what?
How many, if any, diesel vehicles do you have?
0.
0, okay.
Any other questions for the chief?
I think so. Not from me.
Thank you, chief.
Thank you.
The other chief.
Yeah, for sure. Way up.
He doesn't have a gun, but he could get that fire hose
Evening.
out.
That's because of all. the
Ended, I guess.
town of Alaska.
It's got red in it, Jared. Yeah, there you go.
While we're perusing this, I'm gonna ask you the same question. I know that you are gonna have some for sure. How many diesel vehicles do you have?
How many what?
Diesel vehicles, how many vehicles require diesel fuel? So most of them, right?
Most of them, yes, correct.
Yeah. Which is the line for regular fuel? Oh, I think you've accounted for that. Okay,
Yes.
that's gonna go up sky high. I don't know if you've been following that nationally.
Last year, we made some adjustments, correct?
We got one of the largest diesel shortages in a couple generations going on right now.
I kind of wondered where you're going with the diesel stuff. so that
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense.
you'll be reading more about that. That's for sure. The entire world operates on diesel and we're very short right now, so. But yeah, it looks like you've got plenty in there. Okay.
I was gonna say, Steve, my postage is only 200.
Yeah, no.
I believe I spent $76 on.
I haven't hit everybody with that.
Looking for
Just the
trends
ones that
tonight.
were-
Lay that on the town of Alaska, right?
Sure you can't give me 50 cents there, man? Yeah, that would be one letter less, yeah.
I have a
would-
note in here to myself and I'm trying to put this in perspective, but I think, so did we budget money for radios, but there's a grant pending?
For the 22 budget, we had some monies budgeted in the new equipment. And yes, you're correct, that is pending. I don't believe I have budgeted radios and new equipment for 23 proposed.
That's in the CIP budget.
Mhm.
I would just like to add, Chief and I sat down after his initial budget request and did adjust some numbers in his budget to account for the town of Onalaska
That's all
contract.
reflected
Yep.
in here, right?
Yep, so that is reflected in there. You'll see wages higher than prior years, same with health insurance. And then they were given a capital piece as well as an operating piece. So I did increase his operating line items for that contract. So I did increase, and it was at the amount of the town contract for the fire department.
Also the overtime.
The overtime, we increased that as well. Based on, we are receiving more funds from the town of Onalaska and just not knowing, I thought it was fair to increase his budget for that contract.
So that revenue we're getting from them is reflected in here then?
Correct. The only piece I didn't put towards the Chief Goody's budget for fire was the admin piece. I felt like that kind of helps the overall general fund. So the only piece that isn't in there is the admin, the 2% for admin. Everything else, I made sure that he got to increase his line items for that.
Okay. Any other questions under fire? We had Alder Jurassic.
Yeah, EMS supplies, is that because of medication or those bags that you got?
Yeah,
you
that
presented
was
us?
also adjusted for, with the town of Alaska contract. And it is for the supplies, the drugs and things of that nature that we have to administer as part of our EMT non-transport service.
Those bags that you brought to one of our meetings, are they?
That was the police chief that had bags for gunshot. He's talking about the bags you brought to the meeting.
Okay.
But no, all of our bags are updated. It's just the medical equipment, gloves and things of that nature, personal protective equipment.
Okay, so we're good on fire, but don't go yet. Hydrant question.
Okay.
So I recently learned, I don't want to get too far off of general fund stuff, but the town of Onalaska does not have fire hydrants.
No, they don't. They're all rural. So when we respond to the town of Onalaska, we respond with an engine that has 750 gallons of water. And then we also have our water tender with 3,000 gallons of water. We also have mutual aid partners with all departments in the county, as well as a MABUS system where we could request a card and we would have multiple water tenders coming from every department in the area.
Okay, so to fight a blaze, there's enough resources.
Correct.
Shocked how fast they empty one of those 3,000 gallon tankers though.
We can't really do anything with hydrants otherwise, so I think, any other questions on hydrants? I think we'll do,
Chair,
the chair does not recognize bad puns.
Sorry.
Chair, if we're done with fire, I'd respectfully request, we've been going about an hour and a half, if we could just take a very brief break so we can all kind of.
I was gonna do one more, but if if it's the will of the committee. Hydrants made people think of needing to go to the restroom. Okay, need a good flush. All right, so let's take and by 5 minutes, I mean like a real 5 minutes, not a 15 minutes. So I've on this clock, it's 7:08. So let's reconvene at 7:13. Yeah, it was okay, but I can't publicly acknowledge that.
Are you the host on Zoom? Are you the host on Zoom?
And the reason why I asked you earlier, like, the front door was open, I'm between my bad toes and my heavy laptop, and then the budget book, I didn't want to get to the front door.
Wants to.
Oh, no, don't.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We will continue with the Finance and Personnel 2 Committee. And the next tab that we are talking about is inspection. We have Katie Aspenson in front of us to answer any questions that we may have. Thank you, Katie, for coming.
You're welcome.
So, what?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Remember the flushing jokes? We could go back, but Katie's already standing up. So I know last year under inspections, there was some concern and like your budget kind of saved a lot of the shortfall. And I was afraid we were going to go over that $95,000 budget, but you're at 35.7 now. I know we've had a lot of with like the fields and new construction, like are we expecting a lot more inspections coming up this year?
It does not encompass all of the spending that should be done. We should be much closer than what is shown here. So there are other debits that will be made to this account.
Is the 75,000 that we have in that budget, is that, are you happy with that or is there room?
I can live with that. Especially due to the anticipated new subdivisions that we have in the community. We have 3 new subdivisions. we have a lot of new single-family dwellings that are coming in and two-family homes. And that work will be picked up by GEC. So I am anticipating at least a $5,000 bill, if not more, every month of the year for next year. As well as the other additional money, if there is any left over, are for those ancillary expenses, such as title searches and certified survey maps, and other projects of that nature that come out of this particular fund.
Okay, so we should probably leave that one alone then. Ask her if she has a diesel.
No.
I do
I've
not
already
have any
looked at
diesel
street.
vehicles in
We're
our
good to
fleet.
go. He increased his by a lot too. Those prices are gonna go high, guys. They already are.
Okay, any thoughts for Katie? Here's some voracious page turning here, so we're good? All right, let's go to, thank you, Katie. Emergency government. You talked to on this, isn't the mayor? I don't know that we have questions, but
I think Chief Goody and Chief Ashbeck would be the two to direct your questions to.
I see that we're over budget a little bit for this year, so 1,500 wasn't enough. But we've gone up to 3,500, a very specific number, actually, 3,504. So I assume there must be a plan for that.
Yeah, that was part of the drone program. Chief Ashbeck put that in at kind of the end of the budget cycle. And I believe we had tables or some type of furniture that bumped us over last year. Is that what you were referring to?
I'm looking at other contractual services. We're on emergency
it's
government.
a Exxon drone license.
Yep,
2000.
Yep, so that figure, the 2004
Oh, yeah.
came from a quote the chief has, and he presented that to Sabrina to update the emergency management. RAVE, of course, is our emergency dispatch program through the county that we have, and then we always leave some operating supply dollars in there.
All right.
The operating supplies is really low for this year, but it's been higher in the past. Is that? Well, so the supplies and training, so.
Right.
It's training that can sometimes jack that up.
And I believe with some dollars that we have left over this year, we're looking at some additional tables for downstairs, and I believe some tables are going to be reallocated up here in the council chambers.
Right. Speak now or hold your emergency government piece. Well, we didn't have any activity this year, but we should probably have some money in there in case we need it. And how would we spend money on jail? It's trivial, but I'm curious.
Chief Ashbeck, how would we spend money on jail?
Yeah.
So this money's traditionally been in this account because originally we would issue municipal warrants through municipal court. And if we picked up somebody on those municipal warrants and took them to jail, the jail would charge us a daily fee for housing them, and that would come out of this budget. So we have not issued municipal warrants for a few years now, at least. Now, I don't know if we have any existing warrants out there where somebody could get picked up, and so we could need some funds, but I don't think we've been issuing new warrants. So this is just kind of
It's been like 3 years, and I mean, $200 is not a lot of money. We could just leave it there in case we need it, but if we're never gonna need it.
It's sort of up to the discretion of the municipal court judge. And so as a practice, we moved away from issuing municipal warrants. We used to issue, I mean, it's been probably even longer than 5 years ago, quite a few But we found that actually $200 was probably not enough. And so the cost of paying the jail time versus the offset we received and them paying $100 municipal court citation didn't really make the city come out ahead. And so we've moved away from that practice. But to the chief's point, you know, if you did have somebody with a significant balance, it's still an option that the municipal court judge holds.
So your recommendation is to just leave it as is?
I think since it's such a nominal amount, we just leave it.
All right, shall we move on to engineering? And the guy with a train. Here, Stephen.
Postage is
and
opposite.
usage Paper is like one should go up and one should go down.
Yeah,
It's like,
I
but
was gonna bring that up. So yeah, you're actually over budget on postage and you're budgeting for 500 again, but you more than that every year for the last 3 years.
Postage always depends on projects. Sometimes we put postage to the capital improvements account for the project itself. So it just kind of depends from year to year.
Okay,
just kind of wondering if we should put postage up to 1,000 and then copy usage and paper maybe
Down
down
to
to
1,300.
1,300.
It's one that, you know, and really we just balance things at the end of the year. It just varies from year to year, even though I know it's been pretty consistent the last 3 years. It just depends on what we have for projects.
All right, well, we might as well, since we're talking about it, we might as well fix it. So I'll make a motion that we increase 53-100-311 to $1,000 and then decrease 53-100-312 to $1,300.
I'll second.
Motion by Stephen, seconded by Not. Is there any discussion? It's going to be a wash. So 1,300 is copy usage and paper. And we're taking the 500 from, that's over budget, we think on or over budgeted on copy usage and paper and putting it into postage. So there's no change to the general fund. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don't really find anything, but.
Sort of what I saw too, so.
Anyone?
The engineering vehicle, that's already that replacement 503, that's $30,000. That's already in the capital.
Which. You on the 5-year outlay?
Yeah. Am I add my stuff here or what? No. I'm not.
We just received an engineering vehicle through the 22 budget, so we don't have anything budgeted.
Well, I'm sorry, that's 26. I was reading it wrong. Okay. Got it. Never mind. I was reading the wrong category. Here to be purchased is 2026. I'm a little ahead of myself. Sorry.
Always thinking about the future.
I
Tom.
guess, yeah, a little too early. I'll be back later.
All right, go on to Board of Public Works.
I think there's an easy $200 to capture here as far as if we're gonna be addressing our other issue. We're still waiting out there with HR. Under copy usage and paper, I think $50 is more than sufficient. I mean, in the last 3 years, we spent a grand total of $7.87. So I don't think we need 250. But having some in there, I guess, for an emergency is fine, but I'll make a motion to reduce the Board of Public Works copy usage and paper which is 53310-312 from 250 down to 50.
Second that.
Motion from Alder Knott, seconded by Alder Smith, to reduce by the amount of $200 to the new total of $50, the copy usage and paper under the Board of Public Works. Under discussion, Diane.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't remember who I spoke with. It was either Jared, Joanne, or both. My understanding that currently I kind of had a philosophical discussion about where do all the agendas get charged to for photocopying? And I believe I was told that right now, Board of Public Works packets are being charged to council. They should be going to Board of Public Works.
So we're going to be having an expenditure this year.
I would turn to your department heads. At least that was my understanding. Isn't that what is that correct that we talked about?
Is correct. I went back 11 years. I asked Deputy City Clerk, as long as she's been here, Board of Public Works has been charged to Common Council. So obviously that was a discussion that was had before our time to understand the rationale of why that decision was made.
Is that included in the 2023 Common Council budget for copy usage and paper?
Is it going to be a wash? We just have to move it from one to the other, or do we need to budget more money for this?
Because the Common Council still has a budget that has not been exceeded with what it was currently budgeted for the last several years. So even with that Board of Public Works expense, we weren't exceeding the Board of Public Works. If we're going to be bringing that over, then maybe it's the Common Council's copy usage and paper that we should be reducing.
I brought up on the screen for you, I know it's not super large. I'll try to zoom in here, but if you look at the council budget for copy usage and paper, you have $1,000 budgeted, which you have historically had. You've in some years used 883, 234. Year to date, you've used 383.54, and you still have $1,000 budgeted.
So, I mean, this is just a shell game is what I'm saying right now. I mean, it's just where you're going to put the money. So what I'm hearing is we might want to leave $200. I still don't think you need 250. I mean, that's half of the entire Common Council's copy usage and budget. It's more than that, except for 1 year. Somewhere we've got too much money allocated there, whether it's out of the Board of Public Works line or if it's out of the Common Council line. I think we can reduce it.
Sabrina, as the person that deals with all the general ledger items, how would it make most sense for us to?
I think, well, my first question is, what dollar amount are you looking for? You said you were looking for.
So there's two issues. The first one, that there was identified a budget that has not been used, 3 years at $7.
Sorry, sorry, can I rephrase my question? You keep stating that you're looking for a dollar amount for HR. I guess I'm curious what dollar amount you're looking.
If we approve the job reclass.
Right, but what dollar amount or what figure are you looking for?
It was roughly 3,300 was the amount.
Okay,
Which we'll have to nickel and dime to get there. We're not gonna
Right,
get
but-
3,300 out of any one line item. I've got some other
why
options.
3,300?
What's that?
In my opinion, if we reclass, wouldn't we reclass to a step one? Because that's what we've done in the past when we've reclassed people. And if we reclass to a step one, then you're looking for $221
Really?
before COLA.
For COLA.
The COLA is the 1.5%.
How is that possible?
So,
It doesn't-
but the issue at hand though
right
is separate. It has to do with the general ledger and the
Correct.
copy
So,
budget.
so that was my first
where should
question.
it be?
Sorry. So yes, I think if we've been putting the agendas to the council all these years and that we've been coming under budget, I guess it would be my opinion that we would keep it there, and then you could eliminate this $200 from copy usage and paper in Board of Public Works.
Okay,
So the motion is
the
second.
motion would stand, right?
Yeah.
You could probably even decrease the council one if you wanted to, based on activity in there in the past several years, but that is your discretion.
Alder Wolf.
Sure, I guess, and like where do A and J agendas get charged to? I'm assuming Police and Fire Commission goes to Police and Fire
The clerk copy budget,
for A and J.
correct. Yep.
What else do we have?
Finance and
FNP.
personnel budget, that gets split 50-50.
Oh, between.
Annie?
Between
Finance and
finance and personnel.
no, HR.
Okay, thank you.
The other agendas get billed back to that department that heads the meeting.
So we don't want to get stuck in the weeds too much, but maybe going into the next year's budget, somebody could maybe figure out what printing goes where, or if we want to just have some general printing budget.
Just as it relates to agendas.
Yes. This seems like it's way more complicated than it needs to be. I don't want to rewrite that tonight. Let's keep moving, but next year we'll do something different. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to reduce 53-310-312 by $200. And it has been seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes.
$200 extra out there somewhere. We have to allocate.
Or return to the taxpayers. All right. Yes, nothing else under that. We can go on to streets. So Jerry, can you tell me about we have an equipment rental for, I think it's the front, it's an end loader. So we're renting, why are we renting rather than, wouldn't it make sense to buy in the long term?
So approximately 14 years ago, we started budgeting for and renting 2 end loaders to do cul-de-sacs. Since that time, we have actually purchased one more. We had 2 loaders at the time. One has to be there to load trucks. Now we're up to the point where we've increased our fleet, so we actually are down to 1 rental loader last year. We are budgeting through the capital improvements budget to have another compact loader, which we feel will be big enough to remove snow, especially parking lots and things like that. It might actually be more maneuverable. So we did take part of the equipment rental line down for the year and going to see how that works with that purchase, assuming it goes through the capital improvements budget. And we reallocated some of those resources as I outlined in my memo. Street department, as you can see, the salt costs in that budget just keeps going up even faster than inflation over the years. Definitely one that we're fortunate that we've gotten into using liquids. We've been able to decrease our salt usage over the years, so it's been a good thing there.
We're expecting, I've heard we should look for a long cold winter. Is 87.7 enough for sand and salt?
Well, we've had over the years, it ebbs and flows. We do have 2 salt sheds that we do have full. So we're able to sustain ourselves through almost any winter. With that, then it's a matter of how much do we refill the sheds at the end of the year. We have budgeted for 900 tons for the year. If we use more than that, then we would come back and ask for additional resources, which we did about 3 years ago. We actually had a very harsh January, February, kept the Finance Personnel Committee abreast of where we were at and got approval to fill the shed during the state bid process. And that year we were over, I want to say about 35,000 over that amount, but that's the only year we've really been over on that line item in the last 5.
Wolf?
Thank you, Chair. And also, Jared, well, first of all, thank you. I remember I was on council when you brought forth the, when we initially purchased the salt shed. So that was a great foresight on your part. And then we weren't at the mercy of others when we were hurting. Secondly, was it last year or the year before where you made an arrangement for whatever the rental costs towards our end loader went towards, we ended up purchasing it. Is that correct?
So our current rental agreement that we're into for this 22 through 23 rental season, if we choose to purchase the loader that will get delivered to us, we can take the rental off the purchase price.
And did we do this past year? Where
We did that on one, well, 3 years ago now. I'd say we probably had the newest loader has probably been with us 3 years now.
Oh, that time went fast. I thought it was last year.
But we did the same thing then.
Okay, thank you.
So third from the bottom, is line 375. I'm concerned you may not have enough in street maintenance and repairs. Is there a reason why it's such a reduction when the previous 3 years you spent much more than what you're asking for?
So part of that with this year, we've been seeing a lot of what street maintenance and repairs ends up being is either asphalt or paint for doing crosswalks and yellow curbs. Staff has been working this year. Paint's been very difficult to get and it went up in price 75%. It didn't double, but it went up drastically. We have actually this year, because we were able to get paint, we actually bought enough paint for next year. So we bought ahead, basically, is what we did this year. That's the reason you see that line item so high.
Yeah.
We did raise it to 6,500 from the 5. That's a tough line that it just depends on the quality of streets, how much cold mix we use, how much painting we do. We've only got so many resources and we didn't want to, we obviously didn't want to raise it to the 15 because we bought ahead, but
Okay, so you're being proactive, so that should be enough for next year then.
we would be hopeful, yeah.
Great.
Can you tell me about the off-road fuel? Does that differ from regular? And that seems like an increase.
Off-road fuel has died, so you can't use it on the road, but we've got 2 tanks at our public works facility. So we've got a on-road tank and an off-road tank. So off-road fuel would be for the loaders, the skid steer.
So
Motors.
the budget's almost doubled. Is that just because fuel costs is more or?
No, we use way more fuel in the off-road and the road trucks plowing snow. I mean, our fuel budget is dictated by snow removal. We do a lot of snow removal. We'll go over that number in fuel.
Committee, are we okay?
Good. Oh, Diane is not good.
One more, if I could, Chair. So the memo that Jared has in here for August 8th, 2022, I know it's under the street tab, but should it be under water later or where?
Yeah, that accounting clerk position is actually budgeted through water and sewer. So when we put it into the packet, we inadvertently put it into the street budget, but it should be, that position is actually funded through water and sewer. So this would be a position that we did not backfill due to the reorganization back in, it was implemented in September of 21. So we are looking at finally backfilling our maintenance worker that became a leadership position within the Public Works Department. So we could actually backfill that position. We've looked at to ensure that we've got enough staff doing the accounting duties and the administrative duties, and we feel we've got that covered. So we're ready to move forward, but we wanted to wait and see what we had, how things worked out.
So would that affect the general fund?
No.
So as a follow-up, if I would respectfully ask that your committee consider discussing this topic when we get to water and sewer, if that's okay?
Fine.
I would just add my apologies for this. I put it in here in the packet, in the books, and then had a discussion with Jared, and he's like, oh, that really should be in water and sewer. So my apologies for that. Should be in the back.
That's okay. We get Diane here to catch this stuff.
Street.
Would it go under water utility or sewer utility? Or,
Water's first, so we'll do water when we get to there.
okay, so we'll pick that up a little later down the book. Are we good with the street then?
I am.
On your street, you need street signs. So what stuck out here is that sign maintenance went down a lot, but the signals have gone up a lot. Is that, we're just transitioning how we broadcast info?
Signal maintenance and repairs, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So we've had hits, we've had insurance claims, so we paid them out of this account and it hasn't been reimbursed back in yet. That's the reason for the $4,957 cost incurred so far. Typically, we try, the police department's very good at usually, unless we get a hit and run where we can't see the individual that did it, then we gotta eat the whole cost, but most of the time, someone typically see, because it's usually a semi that ends up hitting something.
Right. Street lights. What's our cost per street light these days?
Depends on-
Oh, it's 100, it's in your packet there. I don't have it memorized, but it's $176 per light per year. We have 1,205. We actually added, with the new additions, we had 10 new streetlights, and then we did raise the utility cost by 3%.
Those come right from the power company, right? The Utilities charges that, right?
Correct, yeah. This streetlight account is, the majority of it is for the streetlights that are utility owned. So either Riverland or XL owns those streetlights. Part of the $176 a year is for the maintenance of that light too.
Are we really expecting that much of an increase on electric and gas? I mean,
I do.
okay. That's significant. Okay.
It keeps going up. At some point, would it, like, solar cells on streetlights? Like, it's not
Yeah,
cost effective now, but are we getting to the point where we might start approaching that?
At some point, I would guess the utilities would run that, because they've got to maintain them and do that for us, so. I haven't heard of anything for streetlights this time, but that doesn't mean that it's not out there.
All right. Anything else on this one? Animal control. Larry.
Yeah, I don't know who did this contract, but I ran the numbers and it comes out, animal control gets $6,645 a month. And a police officer, as an investigator, gets $6,372 a month. That don't seem right. That a police officer gets paid less than what we're paying for animal control.
So I don't think it's the animal control is a position.
Yeah, no, it's the whole taking care of humane society.
Right.
But the contract with them, that's what I'm saying, is that next time they make out the contract, I don't know if this number is way out of line or can't see taking care of dogs are more expensive
More
than.
than one person, though.
Well, there's multiple touch points on this. It's not just somebody going out to collect and then you've got a, kennel or whatever it is you're talking about and feed, and there's all kinds of stuff that comes in there.
Sure.
Yeah, so this captures
$6,000 for a month?
it's a 24-hour service they provide, so we can call them on Alaska Citizens and or our police department can call them 24/7 for response. So they do respond 24 hours a day to animal control needs in the city. They house those animals per the statutory guidelines. So depending on the type of pickup it is, and whether the owner is known or unknown, they have to house and hold those animals for a certain amount of time. Those costs are often not recouped. The administrative costs of either putting them into a foster program, euthanizing them, having the animal adopted out. They also assist in situations with the inspection property maintenance department where we have animal concerns. And so if we have problems where we have animals that are prohibited in the city or we have too many animals, they handle all of that for the city as well. So there's quite a bit that is not explicitly mentioned in this contract that they are doing for the city.
Do we have any idea what the cost of other communities would be similar to La Crosse?
So,
Are we paying way too much or?
so La Crosse's contract with the Humane Society is almost $300,000. I don't know as far as what Holman and the county are paying. I think that, we had looked at, Chief, was it about 5 years ago? We canceled our contract with the Humane Society for this very discussion, right? We felt that we were paying too much. We tried to shift the responsibility to our police department. And quite frankly, our police department operates very lean as well. And so it ultimately, the feeling was that it was not a good use of our resources. And so we renegotiated the contract with the Humane Society then, and that is a contract we're under today. And I think that there's probably room to discuss this at a future date, but also we've tried it and it didn't work well. And so I think, they do provide a pretty valuable service to the city.
These costs,
Contracts, so we can't get out of it right now.
these costs aren't just personnel costs, I guess we're getting at too. I mean, you've got facilities, you've got energy, you've got all this that goes into this as well that has to be offset. So, yeah.
Out in a van and they.
Yeah, there's
Gas and
equipment, there's
insurance
everything
and-
else. Yeah, all that. So, yeah.
Alderwolf, did you hit your hand up?
Yes, just kind of a follow-up. I thought when Alder Jurassic started down the line about the police, I thought, I hope you're not going to suggest that we go back to what we did. But I'm glad that that was not your thought because we don't want to go that route again. But I know that I believe this has been maybe a little higher in the past. I think we've also negotiated it down once or twice through the years. And I think for the service that they provide, I think there's always room for discussions, but it's something that I would certainly support because I think they do a really good job and, keep us at the level that we need to be at. Thank you.
Hearing nothing further, we can go to library. So, Mr. Wick, I'll start with the question. I know that our library had problems in the past with the phone service, and they opted, they meaning the county that operates the library, opted to get voice over internet. But we still have a budget for this, and I think that has to do with the alarm. But do we have? It seems like we're paying for 2 phone bills. There's got to be a better way.
Yeah, we are working with IT is helping us look at this, but it is for our current fire alarm system that we have at the facility, but that is currently being looked at and worked on.
So theoretically, if we were able to solve that problem, then we wouldn't have this
Correct.
expense.
Correct.
Are we close to solving it?
We're still working through it. We need to have analog lines for our current fire system. So until we can find a different way of doing that, we don't have a solution, but I know Nels is looking into a few different options that we are hoping to see if we can make work for us.
All right, bless you. We'll do the library, so we'll do parks. So in the review of this, I understand that the director's salary for the parks is not allocated to parks.
Correct? What'd you say, Dan?
the director's salary is not actually part of parks.
Correct.
Why? It just seems like that would.
It's a general fund, so right now 90% of my wages comes just out of recreation. Both out of the general fund, so it's allocated there.
Yeah, and I would add that to split that 90, 45, 45, it doesn't really matter since it's all the general fund. If it makes Dan feel better that he gets some to park, I mean, we could make it happen, but since it's all general fund, we just don't. Just like my salary, like I technically help all of the areas in the general fund, but I only get charged to finance, so.
A fuel in 2020 year to date is high and we're budgeting like half that amount. Is that going to be sufficient?
Again, we're dealt with trying to do what we can in our budget, probably not with the current, we are looking at getting open wheel mowers so that we can walk behind and push. They don't take any fuel, but no, it's probably not going to meet what we need, but.
And off-road fuel seemed like that was a little high, so I just, anyway.
Are you still thinking about getting goats for the,
Well, there's where we could work on something. I could help with that situation. Yeah, I do know an individual that has some goats that could come out and take care of some of our areas for us.
You know, we could solve two problems and go back to animal control and just,
yeah, but
I mean,
then you
that
got
actually
fertilizer
did
taken.
provide the goats, so.
Farm, Clearwater Farm.
all right. We're
Now you
getting-
got fertilizer taken care of the same time.
Well, do we want to move some of the money from off-road to regular? $500 at least, anyway, maybe even a K,
4,000.
yeah, maybe 1,000.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long, like, between the funds, like, I do an entry at the end of the year, like, they come in under budget. I don't think it really matters on the line items, but up to you, but like, typically, if, you know, they're over in one and under another, we could be here all night if you.
Well, I mean, does it-
It's up to you. As long as we're talking about it, we might as well just do it and,
yeah, I think so.
right.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to reduce 55200-362 off-road supply from 4,000 to 3,000 and increase regular fuel 55200-3-61 from 6,000 to 7,000.
I'll second that.
Motion by Alder Knott, seconded by Alder Smith to decrease off-road fuel in parks by $1,000 and increase regular fuel in parks by $1,000. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then you had a decrease in your personnel budget of $3. How'd you accomplish such a feat?
Oh, with the big increases that everyone's getting, I had to just reduce some of the hours.
Good otherwise.
Okay. We'll go to recreation. Alder Wolf.
Sure. Dan, would you like to enlighten everyone in the room a little bit about your day camp that was new this year?
Sure, yeah,
Factors into next year's budget
Yep,
also.
in the 2022 budget, we had worked with the previous city administrator, looking for the need of finding some more care for children during the summer. So we opened up a summer day camp at the Omni. Alex Inglet and Sammy Meyer in our office put the information together. To be honest, last Christmas, around the Christmas holidays. They came to me and asked me about it. I took some time off during that. I came back the first of the year and had a whole manual on how they were going to run the program for the summer. So we had over 368 kids participate in our summer day camp. We had 36 kids that would sign up by the week, would come in 5 days a week, would come to the Omni. Every other week, we'd take the kids on field trips. Other times, we'd bring different groups into the Omni to do it. So as you can see, we didn't talk a lot about the revenue, but our revenue for our recreation programs went up by over 50,000. Our wages, which you'll see in here, our seasonal wages are going up by, like 30, just under 38,000 to cover the wages for it. But it's been was a huge success. We will look at continuing it. We have a great facility at the Omni to do that. And located where we are, we can get the kids outside on the playground equipment. We can go to the pool. We have a ton of amenities there. We take them ice skating and things like that through the summer. So, it was the leadership of Alex and Sammy in our office to take the challenge to run with it. And it was a huge success. We've gotten a lot of great response back from the participants that were in the program.
Thank you, Dan.
So it sounds like it's a popular, well-used program or service that we're providing, and it's generating about 14,000.
Right. And I will tell you, I believe every week we had people on the waiting list. At one time, we had in excess of 20 individuals on certain weeks for a waiting list of people to get into the program.
Do we have the ability to expand the program?
We can, staffing is the difficult, process, but we were able to get that done this year. And we hope to look and see if we can expand going into the future.
Stephen.
So I'm looking right back between Recs and Parks here. Seminars, conference and travel under rec, which is your line, 55-300-330. You've got the 3K. I'm wondering if we can take 1K from that, which would still be more than twice of anything you've used so far, and move that over to also bump up that regular fuel under Parks.
Well, I would highly suggest we don't do that. There's seminars and things that we've not been able to get to. And since this has went out, I know we've had over $1,000 of travel that has come out of here for seminars that we have staff. And between now and the end of the year, we have staff that are planning on going some leadership academy and things coming forward.
Okay.
So I believe that we probably will be over that number, but we're going to work very close to that.
Okay, thanks.
Just as a side note, I would note that fall tends to be a very heavy traffic time for conferences. And so if you do see low conference budgets, it's very likely that those are still just occurring or haven't hit yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Older Jurassic.
The program that you just talked about, the summer camp, is that on the website?
Yes. Well, it's
When
not anymore. We'll add that to it probably next February, March, when we get to roll it out for the 2023.
Is that when registration will open up?
Yes.
Mitty, are we good? Let us proceed to the Aquatic Center. Did have a question noted, but we answered that yesterday during the tour. It had to do with the slides.
I just see we're getting the yellow one fixed or starting to fade pretty bad. Yeah, that's good.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Wick. Our next tab is Urban, City, and Economic.
This is kind of define
What is it?
Yeah, I look
the
at this.
economy right now. Every year is getting cheaper.
That's the long range plan?
Hey, for the lacrosse area planning committee, I think that's our,
The county, they send this letter to us on a yearly basis to let us know what our fees are gonna be for the next year.
so it begged the question, like, why do we do this? But I mean, it looks like all the communities do it, and I think it'd be kind of weird if we didn't.
I don't think we have a choice, Katie.
So I can talk and then Katie can go in. So the importance of the LAPC is it's a regional group. It enables us to pool our money together and leverage more state and federal funding for projects, especially in transportation, but other things as well. And the reason why the rate went down and then it went up again is they were just trying to give a break during the COVID times, and there wasn't as much fiscal activities going on. This is also the group where if they do have part of the budgeting process, if they do have extra money, they perform studies. This is where the regional fire study came from 2 years ago. And then this past year, they did a bike ped study up in the Holman area. I think the one coming up has more to do with regional transportation, and maybe that's part of the reason why we're having some of the regional public transportation meetings. But if I missed anything, Katie?
Well, it wasn't late.
So we do get a value out of that, right? And we're all part of that, whatever they do with that, right?
I would say hundreds of thousands of dollars of value.
Yeah, the Metropolitan. Is the director.
So the population is what determines the amount?
Equalized value, so they take our equalized.
Good.
Good.
Next tab is planning and zoning. Here we had, there was nothing under wages. I think that, did that get absorbed into salaries?
Correct, a position went from hourly to salary.
Yes, Alder Jurassic.
Yeah, on office supplies, you wouldn't, last year, are you using 400 by 1,000 year before? And the max you've used is 800
Yeah, I've
out
got
of the last 3 years. So
So we are low right now, but we always usually end up spending the bulk of our money in the last couple months where we refill. So it's always low during the budget cycle. But we also use the money.
do you anticipate using the $600?
I know, for example, we are updating all of our first aid kits. So that's coming out of our office supplies. So we're trying to put them in our vehicles as well. So there will be outlays to office supplies coming forward. I can't guarantee that we're going to hit it, but we will be using additional than what's shown here today.
Description might be a little high. But I don't know that we need to mess around with this much.
We're still looking for nickels and dimes for when it comes to that HR discussion again, so.
All right, committee, do we, anything stick out or do we want to move on?
I'm good.
Katie, Park Fund? So Dan, if you could refresh my memory, the park fund, it sounds like there's two different components. Part of it's land and part of it's,
Yep, the
Like-
park fund, majority of the park fund money comes in through development that takes place in the city. So if they give us land, then money just goes into for development of the land. If they don't give us either, then we get, some of the money goes into land acquisition and some comes in for land development. In this account, we also have non-resident, so non-resident fees that get collected for our youth programs and things also comes in to this, is broken out as a separate account in here.
see there's much stuff that we can do with this, but
Yeah,
but you haven't even come close to what he.
The revenue
30,000, now
side.
he's Used 87,000.
On the revenue side, the
Yeah, revenue.
budgeted activity, it seems to, you being very conservative. You're getting more revenues substantially than what you're budgeting for, it looks like.
Right, and this is all based on, development that comes in. So it's kind of a co-op between planning, we can't determine how much development is coming in or lots being sold, because it's when the lot is sold is when those fees get collected by us. So a developer may come in, but those lots may sit for some time.
We're also very limited in how we can spend this money. And so
So this is income, not
So
expense.
many of the
both.
increases in revenue has occurred due to the multifamily housing that has been going on over the last couple of years. So that's why we've had such a big hit. We've got $922.21 for every unit that comes in. So when you have a 60-unit apartment building, you do the math, that's the amount of money that we're bringing into this particular fund. But we don't necessarily know how long. Some of these have a 5-year plan, they may take a year off, so we can't go in and predict exactly how many units. So by being more conservative, we're at least ensuring that we're gonna hit our.
Certainly, it makes more sense to err on the side of caution when predicting revenues anyway, but yeah.
But to Amanda's point, I don't know that it matters because it's like, it's not really general fund stuff.
No.
It's,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
could
he's
use it
restricted.
for only
Parks.
buying land or
restricted,
buying
right?
playground stuff,
Yep.
so. It's not like we can take money from here and put it somewhere else.
Can I add something?
I would love it if you would.
I would just make a note, especially for the new alders here, anything in the book back from where we are now will not affect the general fund. So everything going forward does not affect the general fund.
Restricted stuff, right?
They're all restricted and within the fund.
That's good to know.
All right.
Or restricted special, do it for certain things.
Special projects and donations. On that last note, we might be able to move through a lot of this quickly. I know I spent time with Sabrina.
This is all
Leaving,
revenue
like,
except for
you
one
know.
line again. Well, that's not true. There's a whole nother second page, never mind. Yeah. But it's self-sufficient, except for 1 year. I got no comments or questions.
He's good?
Yeah.
Right. Refuse and recycling. That's an inside joke. All right, so they'll potentially have some activity here. Jared, can you tell us about the miscellaneous income that's budgeted?
Miscellaneous income would be the proposed recycling fee. So that is the cost that we pay our hauler for recycling and the fee that we pay the La Crosse County Solid Waste Department for household hazardous waste.
So just, I guess maybe a procedural question. The recycling fee is a major component of us budgeting for this year. We've not actually voted for that. Is that, if we accept the budget, is that assumed, or do we have to do a separate resolution?
So if you accept the budget tonight, then I will prepare an ordinance to be passed prior to implementation of the recycling charge.
If we don't pass it, then we have a budget deficit of $223,423. We're gonna have to make up somewhere inside of this. So.
That is correct.
You got it.
Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Couple things. I know in a recent article that talked about the state of Wisconsin surplus, where they're at $4.3 billion and growing daily. The quote was, "Wisconsin is the only state that forces local governments and schools and technical colleges and counties and towns all into the property tax." That's point one. I know 3 alders from Onalaska attended the Wisconsin League of Municipalities last week, the conference in La Crosse. And a couple things, there was one, I think all 3 of us attended the finance one. Let me get the title right. It was called Sabrina will appreciate this. What I wish officials knew about municipal finance. So obviously we all thought it was important to attend that. And I believe they had 4 financial people. I think they were all about 4 financial. I remember the biggest one was Madison. And they talked about, revenue, like how do you generate revenue? And I looked up, they mentioned a few things. I've since passed it on to administration, just food for thought. I don't know whether we would qualify or not, but I share Alder Stevens' past observations as far as the recycling fee, as far as who it actually goes against. It's not hitting commercial, but I understand commercial, they're already subcontracting and paying that separately. But I guess I don't think it would be a bad idea for us just to have a philosophical discussion again about, because there are some things out there. I mean, I gather we did not go to referendum because school district was going to referendum, but there's possibly a referendum. There's such a thing as a street lighting fee, but I know you had talked about, I think whether we have to own the lights or whatever. That's another topic. Another one, that we're talking about is recycling fee. There's also that dreaded 2 words that I don't want to get into the press, is the wheel tax, that I know a lot of people have issues with, but I'm just dropping that in there, just, and then there's the urban forestry special charge. And so I know City of Madison, they've done the recycling fee in 2022, and they're doing the urban forestry special charge. What I like about the urban forestry special charge, whether or not we would be able to qualify for it or not, is that it encompasses everyone. So not just homeowners and 1 through 4 units. So, but I'm just throwing that out for food for thought. And 2 other things real quick. One thing that they talked about, 2 most important things for electeds is to have a financial plan. And I think Dan was going to bring that up maybe at F&P, maybe like whether we have like a 5-year or a 10-year plan, just kind of an idea. And I know for myself personally, I really appreciate department heads always pulling together that 5-year capital improvement or the equipment replacement. So we kind of have an idea, we kind of have a finger on the pulse of what's kind of coming down the road. And secondly, and most important, is 3 words: trust your staff. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Trust your what?
Staff.
Oh, staff, okay.
I think she mispronounced F&P chair. Oh, sorry. All right. No, thank you. That's, I think there's some of those ideas warrant further discussion. I'm not well to figure out where that'd be appropriate, but that could actually be at a later meeting, I think.
It could be here too. I mean, it's part of a line item. I mean, we could be discussing that here. It was,
Well, it's miscellaneous income, so the miscellaneous could be many things, but But this would be specific to
And
refuse.
I do want to point out too that staff obviously had found approximately $40,000 in savings already, because initially the deficit we were potentially looking at was around 260, if I remember right.
Originally, I was at like 313.
It was even higher. Yeah. That was probably before it came to council and mentioned it. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So I mean, they've done their due diligence and we still have a challenge is I guess where we're getting at, so.
Yeah, well, we know we're gonna need the revenue. It's just what is the best vehicle to do that? So back to refuse and recycling fund. I don't think I want to tackle that right now, but we can always.
But if we're approving this tonight or tomorrow night, that line item will be part of what we're approving to move forward to common council, right?
Well, that would actually be part of so Amanda would have to draft a resolution.
It doesn't have to be a council. So if you approve the budget, you have essentially for staff purposes approved the recycling. And before we implement it in January, we would just need to go through and approve the ordinance. And so honestly, that would likely happen in December, not November.
So if we decided to go with a alternative route to fill that funding gap, we still have the ability to do that, or are we pigeonholing ourselves into the recycling?
If you're going to fill that funding gap, you have to do that tonight.
Well, what's the will of the committee? I mean, we can kind of, right now, we're making progress going through. We can tackle that at the end, or we can discuss that right now.
Well, I think we have to discuss it now because unless we're gonna come back to this tab, but I mean, we're on it now.
Right,
Yeah, I
so
think- yeah.
Alder Wolf, let me know if I'm forgetting anything. So option one was we could referendum. Option two was,
We cannot go to, sorry. These are more long-term solutions.
That's a whole.
Not short-term solutions tonight. So we have missed our window for an operating referendum for 2023. We could look at an operating referendum for 2024.
okay, so then that would leave the urban forestry, the wheel tax,
The urban
or are
forest,
we saying our only option is recycling?
Our only option is recycling, or you go back through everybody's budget and you find 223,000.
because even the urban forestry would be just to offset the actual cost.
Correct.
That's nowhere near this.
So they implemented an urban forestry fee to offset the cost of their tree program. So if we were to do the same, it would save us costs in other areas, but it would not produce a $223,000 general fund increase. Much like the league presented, I was at a national conference last week and I sat through a very similar presentation, only it was other states that are also suffering from this. We are even more limited in Wisconsin, not just because of our property tax, but also because the state took measures to actually limit what services we can charge for. So in Oregon, I can tell you they are implementing new fire district fees. We cannot do that. We can't increase our fire services fees except over what we had budgeted for in 2013. We are capped in refuse. We are capped in other services as well. So the majority of the services that cities provide that we could even charge fees for, we are limited to not be able to do that under statute, except the difference between 2013 and present. And so this is one area where we have the ability to pass through the cost of recycling to our residents.
Small businesses.
With really very little limitation. And so there's not a lot of fees that we could charge in lieu of this. Additionally, an operating referendum, quite frankly, may be in our future in the next 5 years. This is not going to fill a permanent hole. Our deficit is likely going to continue to grow as the needs of the city continue to grow. And so I think, as Alder Stevens mentioned and Alder Wolf, I think we are going to need to have a long-term financial plan. And so that's something that I think we will need to tackle here post-budget season.
So am I so I know that by the time that the budget came out, it was too late to discuss the possibility of a referendum.
Correct. We have to make that decision before August.
Okay, and then we didn't know what the budget was going to look like until after August.
Yep, and the same with a wheel tax. I believe we would have to go to referendum to have a wheel tax as well. But we would have to look into that.
All right, I kind of don't like the feeling of being not given options, but it's a state for you.
And again, just a reminder that this fee is less than $3 a month.
All right, so it seems like we don't really have a lot of options here.
This time.
Okay, well, go forth.
What's the total amount? It's 3,000. Recycling fee, what can it be?
It was less than $3 a month.
Dollars a month?
Yeah, I want to say it was
$8
$8 and change a quarter is what it was going to be charged.
How much is it?
I think it's $8.82. Is that?
$8.82 per quarter, which is less than $3 a month.
And that's expected to generate 243,423.
Yeah, per quarter or per month?
It's per quarter.
$8.82 per quarter, which is less than $3 a month.
And it will go on the bill in April of 2023.
I guess just a follow-up, I was thinking and reading the minutes of some of the previous conversations. And Alder Wolf had kind of touched on this. One thing I didn't like about the recycling tax is it is specific to basically Onalaska citizens, residents in the single family to 4-unit houses. I believe that commercial and industrial are not part of that. And we're doing this to essentially pay our general fund bills. My belief is that should be taken care of as part of the levy. So all the big box stores, the small and medium retail, they're all kind of paying that same, their portion. I feel that homeowners are carrying the onus on this. And I think a lot of people didn't realize, maybe Jared, if you could just, the city does not regulate commercial recycling. I mean, that's the one we don't pick up. And 2, businesses can choose if they want to recycle or not.
Actually, all commercial entities must have recycling of some sort. That's a state statute that we must enforce, that they must be recycling. So if you live in an apartment building, they have to offer recycling. If it's a commercial entity, we have actually done surveys of commercial or multifamily properties to ensure that they do have a recycling facility, whether it's a bin in the house or a cart outside or something like that. So basically this right now, the commercial, industrial and multifamily are actually subsidizing residential pickup is the way I look at it. So right now we're going to pass through the direct cost of the recycling program to our residents.
So I'm aware of probably more than not businesses that do not recycle. There's no recycling bin. It gets hauled off and they throw it in the dumpster.
We had another step.
Like my business, we recycle because we just kind of choose to, and it gets hauled off and then put in the personal recycling. All the other entities around do not. So I assume that they're just throwing it all away, which means they're not recycling. So they're still paying for the cartage, but they're not paying for recycling. And that's kind of where I'm getting at with I don't think that most, they're paying for refuse, but they're not paying for recycling.
Go back to that. We actually, like I said, we started as staff with the multifamily, multi-tenant facilities to go out and check on recycling facilities. Eventually, once we find enough staff time and we don't have an actual recycling, we charge 1/3 of the administrative assistant upstairs that takes the majority of the phone calls for recycling. We don't have an actual recycling coordinator, actually the person that's in charge of it, city engineer Kevin Schubert, and myself are basically running the $1 million budget for the recycling, refuse recycling program. You know, eventually we should get enough staff members or do a better job at going to all those commercial entities and making sure that they are doing it as we're supposed to be.
Jared, correct me if I'm wrong, they could also be paying for single stream, correct? Where it's being sorted post pickup.
Could be, but it would still have to be separate from their garbage.
Okay.
It would still have to be separate from their garbage.
So my objections are duly noted. I don't know that we need to beat this horse dead, so.
I think we need.
I don't know, we need a motion. I think we just keep going. So,
One follow-up.
Alder Wolf.
Just one quick follow-up question. So can I assume, Jared, that I'm assuming, but I just don't want to assume anything, that, so if you have a 1 through 4 unit, so there's 4 units, they'll get charged that $882 a quarter times 4.
Correct. They'll get for each unit that there is. So if you have a duplex or a twindo, it would be, the charge would be for each side. If you have 4 units, it would be times 4.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's not per building, it's per unit.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are on to shared ride. Alder not.
I assume we're expecting more state aid to come in from 2022. And that's really low.
Zero. Oh,
No, I'm talking, that's federal. The State is at 55, 170, and we were budgeted for 189. And in the past years, we've had close to 200K coming in, so.
Yes, so in regards to federal aid, we did get a ARPA grant through the state. So that is increased from prior years, as well as the state and federal. We have some funding, we have some grants that are sitting out there that we will use in 2023 for the purchase of the 4 new vehicles. That's why you see an increase there.
Okay, but as far as the 2022 piece, we're still way under what our 2022 revenue prediction was for both federal and state. And are we expecting more this year?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. What I do is at the end of the year, then I do a request from the state based on our costs throughout the year, and then we receive our grant at the end of the year. So
Okay.
usually it's in December or early January when we receive the funds.
Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
all right. So under, I don't know, who do we address this to?
What's the question?
All right, so under other contractual services, and we have it's essentially a donation to the Scenic Mississippi Regional Transit route. Now they made a presentation. I am enthusiastic towards regional transit as a concept, but I have some problems with how this is administered. So I don't know if we can we pull up a outside screen? So I've got 2 beefs here. The service that comes to Onalaska is one specific business on the southwest part of the city. If you can pull up a website, it would be ridesmrt.com. So that goes straight to Gunderson. Yeah, the regional bus. So and there's essentially 2 problems that if we're to participate in regional transit, I think that we have one business that is benefiting, and it's not really benefiting regional. It's not benefiting on Alaskans.
What is it?
SMRT, so RIDESMRT.com.
SMRT?
Scenic Mississippi Regional Transit.
Okay.
And then go to routes and then green. So so they're asking our taxpayers for money, and I think that I would love it if Onalaskans would be able to participate, but if they want to participate, they're going to have to take a car and go out to Gunderson. And I think that's problematic that if they're going to do this, we should have a stop that is somewhere reasonably accessible to the average Onalaskan. And the second thing, if you notice, if you go up there, the stop that they have, and I don't mean to sound contrite or petty, but they, in their route list, they list West Salem, Sparta, Toma, and other routes. There's Coon Valley, Prairie du Chien, all these other cities. Onalaska, who they're asking our taxpayers for $8,000, we don't even get the benefit of being recognized as our own legal entity. It just kind of bothers me. Like, you can list Onalaska if you're listing us for money. And also, I think that we might have people that want to use the service that don't necessarily have to go to specifically Gunderson. Additionally, I think if we only have one business and you've got two hospital providers in town, I'm surprised Mayo hasn't come to us and asked, hey, why, where's our smart bus stop? So I think this needs to be more accessible. I am for regional transit, but I'm not for Onalaskans funding regional transit for other communities that are not us. So I would, I don't know how everybody feels about this. I would like to keep the $8,000 in that budget, but I would like to make the disbursement of that contingent on two things. The first is that they change the website and list Onalaska as its own legal entity. And then second, I would like for there to be a stop added. And I would suggest something like Center 90 that has an MTU point that they could make a transfer, but the actual where and when, whatever, I think that they could negotiate and would be acceptable to staff that would service the needs of our community. So that was my beef, but Alder Jurassic.
I had a discussion with them when they were here too. And they were more inclined to have just a mall location, especially with the new grocery store coming in, VA clinic right there. And that being the main hub for all the bus stations would be the back door of the mall is the location that they were talking about.
That is true. However, the mall is part of the city of La Crosse.
Oh.
So I could reiterate that and I could make that as a motion. If I'm out in left field,
Is this something we can do now, or is this something we need to take up to fix by next year? We're trying to do something within the next, basically 90 days.
well,
Without even talking to them.
the motion would have it so the funds are there, but it's contingent on them making the change.
I think the question is though, are we going to withhold these funds until these changes are made, or is this something we just plan to work on across the year? Obviously, the website is a very easy fix. I think they can designate us out, but looking at opportunities for a second stop may take some time.
Yeah, they've got their own budgeting process and stuff they have to do as well. But everything you just mentioned, I couldn't agree with more. I think these are incredibly valid points. I just don't know that if we can fix it, if you will, tonight. I'm thinking this is something that needs to be negotiated directly with them before the next budget cycle and let them know that, you could very well lose all of it if you don't get something fixed.
But my intention was to withhold it, but I'm not, I can be, we can do it through next year's.
I agree with you. I just don't think we can withhold it probably until next year. We need to negotiate with them is what I would think. Dan, I agree with everything you're saying, except for I just don't know that we can do it right now. Yeah, it's almost too late. Yeah. And we did.
We can have them come to a public transit meeting.
And I think you can make it clear too that you don't intend to fund further dollars if they don't.
Well, they already got them all up there though.
Yeah, it's all, they got Gunderson on.
No, just below it, Valley View Mall.
Yeah,
It's already
yeah,
there.
yeah.
So that's just the county of La Crosse is other, but it's not.
This isn't the biggest problem our city is facing right now. It's just, it caught my eye. It's $8,000 and I don't feel Onalaskans are getting their value or sufficient access to the program.
I agree with you.
I want Onalaskans to be able to participate, but the way it's set up right now is not conducive to that. And it's not going to change until you maybe withhold the carrot. But all right, so do we want to leave that as is then? And then just direct the city administrator to
Negotiate for next year.
start letting them know that our expectations will change.
That's what I would recommend.
Alder Wolf?
Thank you, Chair. So at a minimum, if we were to go forward, that we could at least make the ask that they update
The website.
the website,
Yep.
That's easy.
at least effective no later than January 1st, I would think. That should be an easy fix. I mean, I'm just suggesting a date, whatever y'all think, but I think if we don't put a date, it could be waiting. I don't know.
That's unreasonable. I can't imagine why they couldn't do that. But yeah, that's a interim fix or glad fix. So the big one is, I think Dan has really brought out some really good points here and that we need to
I'm
have
not,
the service we're paying for.
I'm not trying to kneecap the organization. I'm just trying to make it so that they allow us to participate. But all right, so I don't know that we need a motion. We can just, do you have enough information from us to, okay.
Cool.
Are we, anything else in shared ride?
Now we're getting to your favorite one. Placed it.
All right, equipment replacement fund. We had some discussion on this. Is this where we want to pull out the packet? Sabrina?
One thing that I would like to add here, there is $25,000 in miscellaneous income. What that is the portion of the contract with the town of Onalaska, since they are giving us $25,000 towards capital. So that's for fire.
Sorry, towards what?
That is from the town of Onalaska contract.
I-
So
I
that
just
goes
heard
towards
that-
the fire,
It's for fire.
fires equipment.
It's their
That's
portion
what that
of offset
is.
cost, yeah.
25,000 is the revenue, but it would go towards the fire. I think you're right, 48,000 was what they were requesting. So that would go towards that piece.
Right here.
All right, so how do we want to approach? There were several asks. Are they,
I think we all agreed that we would follow Sabrina's recommendation already, so. That this should be primarily used to offset unexpected costs and breakages, not forecasted budgeting items.
I mean, do we feel that it's set up that? Are we making any changes based off of the discussion or?
I would leave that to you. If you believe there's any items that shouldn't belong here, that is up to the council. I really put what the departments requested. And again, typically I would move items to the capital improvements budget, but I did keep those two vehicles in that were requested. I believe one's for City Hall and one's for Park. I did keep those in here, but otherwise, if they're larger items, I usually push them towards capital.
Right, so like one item was it was $50,000 for a truck for Parks Rec Library. When it gets up to 50,000, it seemed like that was, we're talking some dollars. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that truck, but would like ARPA funds be a better source? I mean, my goal is keeping the equipment replacement fund sustainable. If we take too much of it and we're not putting money in, we're gonna have some big problems in the future. And we have in the past, we relied on the state trust fund loan as a mechanism, and I think we've laid off of that. if this would be something that we might have used the state trust fund loan, it would make sense to me under the plan that we had instituted the year before, that the ARPA money might be used for things of that nature. We can go through items individually, but that's the smaller things I don't want to get bogged down on. If I would just defer to Sabrina's.
Where's the other vehicle? I see the 56,000 and change.
City Hall.
Parks. Where's the other one?
City Hall.
I'm sure if I may add, I
Got it.
think some of us may have taken the
Says
104 pages that we printed out and put it in behind each tab, the respective tab where they went, where others may have just taken the whole packet and put it under. So we may need to be switching back and forth. So this may take a few extra minutes because I think we may have done it differently. I don't think we all did it the same.
It could make it kind of difficult. So I have everything kind of arranged by how it was printed out, but
Yeah, well, and so I don't know if it's easier to go by. I know for those of us who put it behind each respective tab, it's easier to go by tab, so then we're in order, but I don't know that you're sharing it, so we just may need a few extra minute or so to find whichever. one
sure.
we're going.
So how about we do it in the way that it was printed? And then we'll start with City Hall.
Stevens.
City.
Yes, Jared.
I just want to make sure like what's Finance Director Stigard had been describing and then Alder Knott had tried to describe back. It's not just for unexpected. I don't think she was trying to say it was just for unexpected expenses. That is one of the things we do use it for. But it's for also items, because the capital improvement budget, we do not ever put up anything in there that's less than $5,000. That's usually been and that's per item. So you might have something where it's 12,000, but each individual component, you're buying 3 of something at $4,000 a piece. So that's our first differentiation between equipment replacement and capital improvements. That's the first item. But the other thing is, I just want to make sure it's clear that it's not just like as an emergency fund. This is stuff that we do budget for. It's operating equipment that we need to do our jobs. As you know, the city runs on staffing. We do not run heavily staffed. So we lean on our equipment, whether it's in public works or the fire department, police department, the street department. We lean on equipment and having good equipment and better equipment to then staff less. So if we don't have that equipment and we get behind, we've seen it approximately 12 years ago in that 2010 timeframe where we didn't buy squad cars for a couple of years. Well, then the city mechanic gets bogged down because they're constantly doing repairs and we don't have enough. Then all of a sudden we're looking at, well, do we get a second mechanic? So there's things like that work into our staffing patterns that I think really expound upon. We've been very fortunate that we've gotten good equipment. And if you look at the way our fleets are, our equipment, you look at how city staff takes care of the equipment. If you've been at any of the facilities, whether it's fire department, public works, City Hall here, I think it's well maintained and well taken care of. We get our money's worth out of that equipment. But I just wanted to make sure that that one clarification and just say that about the equipment.
My thought with the goal of taking a look at the equipment replacement fund was how it was being used. It's not that we should have less stuff or less equipment. So it's what is the most appropriate funding mechanism for that to happen? And, so general fund, capital improvements, ARPA is an option that's kind of what we had left the money for in the past. And then the state trust fund loan is still an option. So if it's things like vehicles, that we might not want to bond out for 20 years because they will be fully depreciated before then. We don't want to go to capital improvement. We might want to look at something else. If it's, the first item up here in capital improvements is 1875 for a valve actuator. Now that to me seems like something equipment replacement would be the appropriate place for that, but that's just my viewpoint. So I'm not saying like you guys can't have the stuff that you need to do the job. I just want to make sure that we're funding it through the place that is best and sustainable in the long term. We had some big money asks coming into the equipment replacement fund this year. If we did that every year and we're not putting money in, we're not going to have an equipment replacement fund, and that's going to create a new set of problems for us. So we just want to go about this the right way. So Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. So, and I also want to add, once again, Sabrina, I know Alder Stevens and I did ask Finance, and thank you also, Sabrina, for the City of Onalaska vehicle listing 2022. Because I know going through the ask between capital improvements and equipment replacement, we were kind of like, well, how many vehicles do we have? And how many are we asking for? Because it's just to see a big picture, because there's just a lot of responsibility that we have. And then, of course, every time we buy one, if we're adding one and not getting rid of one, then we have to find a place for it. So, but thank you again, Sabrina, for providing this, because I don't remember the last time we had something like this provided. For me, I know this really helps me kind of get the big picture. So thank you.
If I could build on that, I'd like to say if we discussed making a comprehensive financial plan, part of that might be, how do we go about replacing the vehicles that we have? So we don't want to get hit with everything all in one year. We should kind of plan to do so many based off of the life expectancy of the vehicles. But all right, so is everybody where we need to be on the?
You're looking at City Hall equipment.
I'm starting with City Hall, and the first one I had was the 1875 for the valve actuator. I don't have a problem with that.
I guess I'm not sure what page you're on. I'm not.
Well, it's, unless these got jumbled when I printed them out.
Are you looking at the line item?
It's WHV Winona Heating.
Oh, those are the quotes. I thought you were looking at the line item that's in the budget. Yeah. Do you mind if we go from the line items?
All right,
Well,
so
Amanda, if you want to go down a couple pages in the PDF. You go down one more, Amanda. So then these are the requests that were sent to me. So this is Amanda's request for city attorney. Do you mind if we go that way? Just so I can keep track in my book, because I did not print all the quotes.
Okay, got it. City Hall, page 5, City Hall, and it says new replacement equipment at the top under the City Hall tab, right towards the front. Yeah.
City attorney.
Oh, I'm tracking it, yeah.
Start with the page that looks like the page on the screen.
We have to go back.
It's under City Hall tab.
Not the attorney. No, it's in the equipment replacement tab. It's just behind the Tyler. The city attorney.
Nope, you're under the
tab.
equipment replacement tab. And then go like 5 pages in.
Looking at it right here, new replacement equipment. There's the valve that replacement, it's all listed right here on page 5 under City Hall. I've got it right here, it's all lined out.
Yeah, it's there too, but it's also back here. I'll put them all back. So
If you go to the equipment replacement tab, then you're not gonna have to continue to jump around.
Back and forth. Okay, got it.
Do you want the chunk? I can, okay.
but
Yeah, it's the exact same
going
page.
forward for next year, because this is becoming a train wreck real quick.
Don't mess with the binder next year.
That's,
Well, the quotes, I mean, but they're just quotes, so don't rely too heavily on them.
It's both is what it is. It's the exact same sheet in both locations.
I just won't send the quotes. And then
So where's the sheet at? What tab?
I think, go to equipment replacement fund is I mean, you can do either one there. It's in City Hall too, but that's okay. Go to equipment replacement fund. You're going to where it says page 5. Top is new replacement equipment. City Hall is the department listed on it.
Shoot. Right, I got that one.
Tom's
Okay.
gonna find it.
Where's his valve?
Page 5 is.
So you're gonna go in order, starting with city attorney. Got it. All right.
Oh, okay.
Down a little bit.
Okay. Now I'm tracking.
Right. Good.
So it's Sycom City Law
So
Software.
Amanda, if we like take no action, everything that's in here will be considered part of the budget and approved. So if we like it, we want to leave it there. And if we don't like it, then it needs to be struck or potentially changed
Or paid for from another source or
or
something.
paid for from a different source. Yes, thank you.
So.
Okay, so from city attorney, we've got the software.
That's legit.
Yep. So if anybody, let's try to go through these maybe quicker. And then if we'll just kind of read them off, and if somebody wants to talk about it, let it be known. Otherwise, we'll just assume that we're good. So landscaping around City Hall, I'm okay.
Yep.
Valve,
And we agree if it's under $5,000, it's just automatically okay. That was kind of what Jared was referring to.
I think we should still look at it, but,
Okay.
but,
All right.
so the truck replacement, I'm gonna flag. Yeah,
35K, yeah.
we're in City Hall.
Says page 5.
Just went past.
See all signage?
What I didn't see an IT replacement equipment piece.
Oh, it's a different page here, isn't it? It's, okay, it's just in a different format, so.
Oh, okay, got it. Yep. This looks different.
Okay, so we're going back to IT. Thank you, Diane.
I see nothing there that I have issues with.
It's,
Okay. Right after that.
it's this different looking page here.
City attorney, next one. It's just different format.
And I don't see anything there that flag, I have any red flags on.
Could squad computers be ARPA and workstation
Pretty
replacements?
much anything can be ARPA, just very few.
I
restrictions.
think you've got enough.
There are some restrictions on it, but not a lot on ARPA.
I think the squad, everything we have in the IT budget in there for equipment is, the squad computers that's for 5 of them, so they're about $3,000 a piece, give or take. So it's under 5,000 a piece. Same thing with the workstation replacements. We buy middle of the road laptops and computers. So that's well, 1,500 a piece for those. But I think if you can keep everything, because that's going to be a recurring cost every year. We've got a continual replacement of squad computers every year. Same thing with laptops and everything. We're just never going to get away from that.
So maybe we need to look at this through a different lens. Like what is the total amount that we're looking to spend on equipment replacement? And how much should we be spending on equipment replacement? And what will we be left with?
So we are looking to spend right now $493,497. We did add over $400,000 in 2021.
What is the total balance in equipment replacement?
$2.1 million. Beginning of the year was 2.1 million, not including 2022's activity, but beginning of the year was 2.1 million.
Additionally, I believe we also have around 1.2 million in projects on the capital improvement side that we cannot bond for as well, that we have not eliminated.
Well, what I had actually written this down way back when we first looked at this at the beginning of the meeting here. If you're looking on a planning figure on what we should spend, I'd just off the top of my head at that point, looking at projected revenues plus transfers from the general fund, looking at a 90% expenditure of a 5-year rolling average, if that makes sense. I mean, because it fluctuates. So you take 5 years of the revenues, figure out what that average is, take 5 years of the transfers from the general fund, figure out what that is, add them together and spend about 90% of that. And that would guarantee you never run out. And then in an emergency, you'd still have that extra 10%, that's building up. So that's just something I was throwing out there. It literally came in top of the head with no discussion, no real thought. It's just like, oh, that just seems right to me, but it could be totally messed up. I don't know. So
That provides an element of the sustainability.
Right.
So that's what I'm getting at. If we go, I mean, we've got a $2.1 million balance, but we're spending more than we're taking in. We know that we're not going to put more money or much more money in the following year.
let me figure out what that would be.
I'm
So-
figuring it out.
83.
That would be about 627,000 would be a 5-year rolling average.
And then
just looked
90%
at-
of that?
Or you want 90% of that? Sorry, give me 1 second.
That's the,
564,000.
so 564,000 would be allowable, and that's taking all of the revenues, including the transfers, averaging them out over 5 years, and then taking 90% of it.
Correct. I mean, we did have that one anomaly year in 2020 where we had the COVID funding. So I think that affects it a little bit. So
That affected it positively or negatively?
Oh, positively, it's like double. what we
positively, because
normally-
that was
Right, so-
500,000.
so Would that make our actual number that we should be working with less?
Yes.
So only,
Back that up then.
yeah, so only use 83K, which matches 2017 and almost matches 2000. Wait a minute, that's 18. What am I looking at? Oh, you're talking the transfer.
The transfers where the money would fund.
So it's the transfer from the general fund that was bumped up from COVID?
The other revenue in 2020.
All right, now I'm looking at, it. Yeah. So plan on that at about 100K, it looks like. Although you had other revenue at 235.9 plus and 17. This has wild fluctuations too.
Well, each year is going to be different, and some years we will be flush, we will transfer a lot of money in. In other years, we're not going to transfer for much, so we can have a down year
Let's-
from time to time. It's just,
How about if we take a 4-year rolling average and subtract out 2020 from these figures?
what does that give us?
And then 90% of that.
We're at 95, I'm okay with that. I just,
Yeah,
We
no,
were at 384, 790.
that's the 90%.
so what if we just said 400?
All right, 400K, and we were sitting at right now, 2023, they're looking at 518, 497.
We were at
It'd be 493 at 497. because
493.
25,000 of that goes to fire.
Tracking.
So
So we
All
got.
right, so with that,
have to-
I'm feeling more comfortable with this. It's just maybe a couple things we want to slide around. So with that said, on IT, I think I'm okay.
I am definitely okay on IT. That's not something you want to, let's start getting out of date.
So then we go to City Hall.
1 second, I gotta get back to that now again.
The signage was transferred from capital improvements. We want to throw that back there?
1 second. Well, the issue is anything we throw back is going to be competing for limited funds. On the other funding, I've got my capital improvements updated here. When Sabrina went through and provided us with updated copies on what can be eligible for bonding and what would have to have other borrowing needed, we ended up with other borrowing of 1.2 1.26. Assuming we eliminate what's already redlined, 1.26 million. And as far as ARPA funds, you'd only be looking at between probably 600 to 750,000 on the top end of what you'd be spending for this year. So we already have to make reductions from there. So anything we put over here, just understand is going to exacerbate that issue. Doesn't mean we don't do it, but there is a unintended consequence. So
Understood, or the borrowing would get bigger if we chose to go that route.
Yep.
So with the truck replacement for $35,000, would that qualify for ARPA?
I would-
Anything qualifies for ARPA. The problem is back to what we previously said is we already have 1.26 million in projects that we can't take short-term borrowing loans. And so I think the intent was already to take that list and narrow out certain items for ARPA within those projects. And so as Stephen said, anything that you designate to ARPA off of this list is going to basically go in competition with the 1.26 million that's still in the capital improvement projects list.
What about the state trust fund loan for the vehicles?
That is an option. I would argue, I'd rather use reserves for some of that in the equipment replacement fund, and then maybe back off in future years. But that's just my opinion.
So with the reserves that we have, I mean, we're pretty well, that's a lot compared to a lot of other communities, I think.
Yeah, I mean, some communities don't even have an equipment replacement fund, so
Like,
probably the.
so would you
majority.
recommend that we spend down the equipment replacement fund at least for a while to get to a certain point and then try to sustain it there?
My opinion would be that we would stay around the percentage that Aldernot was given, and which I think is a good percentage, that 400,000, 450,000 range. And then as we work towards a budget strategy, that would be something that we would review and make a plan for the future.
So what is this truck replacement for in City Hall? What's actually being replaced?
I'll let Dan.
We're replacing our Ranger that we have out here, the 2005.
How many miles are on that? Is the frame rusting through or anything?
Wolf?
It's 18 years old.
Dan, this is the vehicle that you said that is tired. Is this
Yes.
the one? Yeah, it's tired.
It's, it's one of the vehicles, unfortunately, we don't have enough storage for a lot of our vehicles. So this vehicle sits out 365 days of the year. And, all the elements that we have.
What's it used for?
So it works for our building manager, building facilities manager here, Brian can explain, but that's his vehicle that he drives around to the facilities here, hauling stuff, taking stuff to the library. Any of the equipment that we have, and
We're only averaging 3,100 miles a year on that then.
I'm guessing they're rough miles though, because what you're doing and what you're hauling. Yeah, it's heavily used. And if I may do a follow-up with Sabrina regarding back to the money, if I heard, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, so just please confirm. Am I getting the impression that you would prefer that we keep the 50,000 for the city hall signage and take it out of equipment replacement? That would be more your preference than, and using those dollars than going towards the state?
Yes, I would prefer to use the signage from the equipment replacement fund. Again, the operating transfer that we do at the end of the year is based on all of our department heads doing their best to come in under budget. And this fund is to help those departments in purchasing equipment and things of that nature. And I believe we all believe we need new signage here in City Hall, like my office says that I'm the mayor, I think. Sorry, Mayor. They put a sign up to cover it, but I'm pretty sure if you pull it down, it says I'm the mayor. And with the new branding and all of that, I think the signage, it fits perfectly in the equipment replacement fund, in my opinion.
Thank you.
All right, Amanda.
I just, I want to reiterate something, and Sabrina can correct me if I'm wrong. But what I'm hearing is, I think we absolutely agree that we need to have a better philosophy for this. And I think Steve, actually, you offered a good suggestion, but also this is a year in which borrowing is very expensive. And so this may not be the year to immediately implement that. And so we are very close, looking at 400,000 to what's in here right now. And so when we start talking about moving projects back and off, I think that's where, Sabrina said she'd rather almost fund this, not to say you can't take a look at that, but fund what's proposed and perhaps use a little bit of surplus rather than borrowing. And that would be a better, at least short-term strategy, just because of the cost of borrowing right now.
I have no problem actually this one time exceeding this guideline if we're going to adopt it. And the reason I say that is based upon that large transfer of other revenue that came in. If you take a look at the ending equity in 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, we are still significantly higher than we have been in the past. So for one time, I have no problem, but I think that we need to adopt, probably through a common council resolution, if you will, a set standard for the future on how we're going to do this so that we don't end up doing what you're afraid of, and that's draining this account.
And that we can address if we will put on F&P the long-term financial plan.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with it this one time because we do have still a very high level of equity in this fund. But yeah, I think that this is a common council issue, maybe even to put on this next time we meet.
Right, and even if it's a policy or procedure for the future, like maybe it doesn't even have to be a resolution, just a policy or procedure that we follow that rolling 5-year average and make sure we stay under that. We push items that are $5,000 or less to equipment replacement to be evaluated, whatever that may be.
We don't want to pigeonhole ourselves. So, I mean, to Amanda's point, like in the past, when we bought the fire truck early because rates were really low. And I had advocated for, borrow more when they're almost giving the money away, but then you got to cut back when it gets more expensive. So to that point, this year, that strategy could be relevant because rates are like 3 times what they were back then. So no, that's a good point. That could sway me here a little bit. So Alder Wolf.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up. So when you referenced just a few minutes ago, Sabrina, about using the surplus, are you talking about equipment replacement or our surplus?
Equipment replacement.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little protective about that surplus. I want to make sure that I understood. Okay.
Because I don't want to adjust our bond rate.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're still in the city hall, so we want to leave the truck under equipment replacement and we want to keep the signage here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, police is next. A lot of little stuff that looks like it belongs there. 56.7 for the Exxon EWC and Taser Core Program. Hey, Chief.
Hello again.
Stealth.
Can you tell us what the Exxon BWC and Taser Core Program is and why we ought to spend $56,700?
Yeah, so it's not a simple answer. It's complex, as is most things with Axon, but we're trying to rewrite several of our contracts into one contract. So Like if you call earlier in the year, I'd come to council asking to allocate some resources towards like unlimited storage for our body cams and whatnot. This is taking like that contract along with our body cams and our taser programs and those contracts and basically writing it into a new contract over the next 5 years as a replacement program for our body cams, tasers, the storage, all the materials that come with for training on these products. It's a very all-inclusive type program, but like I said, it's not a simple, it's not something simple to explain, but that's what we're attempting to do to try to save money in the long run by rewriting those contracts and putting them all into one.
More info than I had before, so that's good. We also have questions on the police tab. Alder Wolf.
So I apologize, Chief. So is this a one-time charge? Is this going to be a yearly charge? What kind of a charge is this?
This is a yearly charge.
The yearly charge. Do you anticipate putting this under equipment replacement every year?
I guess it depends on the will of the council, but yes, maybe.
Do you think, as it stands now, it obviously isn't part of your budget, so your budget can't sustain it, so that's why it's here now, I would assume.
Correct.
And
It's a contract, not like stuff. So maybe it should be general fund.
yeah, that's my.
No, well, it's for physical stuff along with software that goes with it. So that's why I thought it was in the equipment replacement because it's replacing physical stuff.
There's training that comes in with new equipment.
Yeah, training, the materials that go with it, like the cloud software for storage, but it's also replacing tasers and body cams and the hardware that supports all that stuff.
And as a follow-up question to them, these 6 items that are marked on this page where they all say move to capital improvement projects. So whether they are funded at CIP level or not, they are off this list. And so if they're approved here this evening, they are off this list.
Correct.
Thank you.
So going back to that Axon, is there, I guess, Sabrina, does it make sense to, can we separate the stuff that's contractual and pay that through the general fund and then
I think for next
maybe not for this year, but for,
probably not for this year, just because we just don't have the room in the general fund. But it's definitely something that we probably should be an operating expense, in my opinion, and should be in the general fund going forward.
I think if it's going to be
And Chief
annual,
and I
then
talked about that a little bit, that
It's going-
if we had room, like it should be operating costs.
We got some guidance we got to fix for next year.
I think for next year, we'll work on that and bring it with the general fund budget.
okay. Shall we move to the fire? Thank you, Chief. And here's the 25,000 that we referenced before that was going to the fire.
Yep, one change you'll notice right off the top in 810 is the 6 sets of turnout gear. With that Town of Onalaska contract, that's why it went from 5 to 6. 3 firefighters, 1 set of gear each year for the next 3 years. Then we drop back to 5 sets. Our turnout gear lasts 10 years and then we throw it in the garbage can. So it's out of service. So that's why we have this plan in place to replace 5 sets every year.
I see nothing on here that sets off alarms for me.
We have the 500,000 for the outlay.
Yeah, that went flying out pretty quick. That's gone. That's always put in there and it normally moves to capital and I don't even think it.
Total cost is 0. It's not calculated in. So, yeah.
Right, it's always on the side there.
Reaching for those stars.
That was 584,000 number there. That'd be different.
Yeah, I'll move it over there next year.
Good on fire. Any questions? Chief? Street,
He doesn't know whether to come up or not.
now, a lot of these on, what, so, some of these are just,
I know.
so some of these are gonna be repetitious here, because they're like budgeted a quarter to each
Multiple
department.
locations, yeah.
So street is with, what are the other ones?
Some of it's split between water, sewer, stormwater, and street. Some items are just out of one account, some items are out of multiple.
All right, so like, for example, the tire budget of 3,500, is that 3,500 or is that 14,000 if it's a quarter?
So the street budget's 25% of the 14,000, which gives you 3,500.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll see the total on the next page. That'll make everything sense. It's 41.2. So yeah, when you see like that $54,000 line item, it's only 13.5 that he's charging on this. So
There's multiple things that go across multiple departments. They get used for various, might be in a water leak one day, you might be on a street patch the next day, could be on a cleaning sewers and have to have the safety equipment, so.
Okay, shipping containers, that's kind of a new thing for us, isn't it?
For what?
Shipping containers?
their storage.
We're trying to find more storage locations, obviously with, trying to keep stuff inside, out of the elements. The shipping containers we feel is the most viable option to store things.
Sure. That would all be cold storage items.
Yeah.
It's just, that's a very.
We're actually
cheap
probably
way to
gonna
do
move
it.
our bike storage out of a building and put it into the shipping containers. That's one of the items that's gonna go.
Is
there.
it purchase or lease?
We'd purchase them. Yeah, we'd purchase.
Get them used. They're,
Yeah, we get them used.
and they last a fair amount of time until they rust through, but you're talking certainly at least a decade. So,
Are you talking like the semi-size or the railroad car size?
It's the bigger one, semi-sized than. Yeah, 40 footers. Yeah.
store a lot of those.
All right,
And more than that on the storage unit for half that size in just 1 year.
I'm not alarmed by anything on here.
No, no.
So next would be library.
What needs to be done on the brickwork?
There's, it's cracked down on the bottom under the side. It's,
Is it putting the sign at risk if it's not fixed, or is it just aesthetic?
I would say it's aesthetic, and if you don't treat it, it could be a bigger problem.
We haven't talked to
But
Brian tonight.
I'm not the guy, so. That's,
This has been a request that the Friends of the Library has continued to push forward because they put the sign up that they'd like us to do some tuck pointing and things on that. Very similar to what we did outside of here on the front of the building. This request we've had in the capital improvements along the Highway 16 sign. You know, these items have been up for the years, and it's just maintenance that needs to be done on it.
Sabrina.
Are these items we could use the library fund dollars for, Mayor? Or Dan?
They got some left in that.
It's something that could be, yes.
Can we strike this and put in the library fund? Well, no, it'd be still funding through other means, but
Yeah, I think
we
Jared,
did that already with
Would we-
library already. And we just, so next week, we would entertain a motion to pay it
The library.
through library funds. Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to move the brickwork on the digital sign for $9,000 over to capital improvements.
Motion by Knott, seconded by Smith to remove from general fund equipment replacement and put to capital improvement fund the brickwork and the digital sign for the library. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey. Hey,
Reduced a little bit.
9,000.
It's $9,000.
Same thing for the sign.
Next is parks.
True, there was another one, wasn't
So here's the same argument, but I think we'd come to the same conclusion for that $56,000.
One time this year, we can
Yeah.
do it because we've got excess funds, but that's gonna not be the same story next year,
In the future, I would probably not put it on here,
Yep.
but
100%.
do we have, anybody want to beat this horse further?
I'll tell you, I'm getting a little punchy because when I first saw the second entry, I saw Battlefield Groomer and I thought, what the heck is that?
Settle down there.
The colonel went post-traumatic.
Exactly. Getting flashbacks here.
Now for that price.
All right, so going on to the Aquatic Center, for those of us that took the tour yesterday, we saw the orange and yellow slide. Jared took us off-road in a minivan and we got a good look. Keep that.
It's needed.
All right,
We're done.
so.
Got
oh, we
9,000
out of there. Thank you, Sabrina. 10?
That wasn't too bad.
I thought it was 9.
It's 9 and 1. so 10
Oh, the other one could go too. Okay. I don't know that that was part of the
That
motion,
wasn't
was
part of
it?
the motion. Do I need to make another motion then?
The panic bar?
I'm too tired.
Yeah, I'll move that we move the panic bar for $1,000 from the library's equipment replacement fund over to the capital improvements.
I'll second that too. Miss that too.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, so it is 9:30. I think we're making good progress. We want to, I would suggest that we push forth and not come back tomorrow.
Just 10 minutes.
I'm from the gallery out there.
Oh, yeah, let's go
They're-
forward. but
They look wildly against it, so let's, okay.
So we can take a 10-minute break maybe and then punch forward or no?
Get out
No,
of
no.
here.
Was there cupcakes left?
Yeah.
There's cupcakes. Let's take I guess a 10-minute break because a 5-minute break wasn't a
It
thing.
was 10 minutes anyways.
Right.
Joint municipal court.
I have 2 cupcakes to power me through the rest of the night.
Sugar, sugar, sugar.
Let's go to joint municipal court.
Say about these. That shows these.
So this is just, the expenses are based upon the projected revenues. They match them dollar for dollar, so.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, I guess we have the police reserves are paid to, they kind of act as like a bailiff or something during
Yes.
municipal court?
Yep.
I did not know that before, so.
I have no issues with this. It's
All right. Bring us to debt service.
and this is a zero balance. Money in, money out equals exact same.
What is the other debt service? It's $8,000 budgeted.
Yeah, so that is just other, some of the borrowing costs for the bonding. Pay for like the bond council and Moody's rating and things of that nature. And just kind of an update, I know I talked about this at the last council meeting, but we essentially, we have our operating levy that we can increase by our net new construction. And then this is additional levy that so we can increase our levy by our debt borrowing essentially. So this is strictly whatever we owe in debt payments is what we borrow, is what we get in operating levy. Or not operating levy, capital borrowing levy.
We good?
The only thing that kind of popped up as we were looking, so under the 2023 debt service sheet on page 1, term refunding is synonymous with refinancing. When everything was really low, would it be possible, or why would we not try to refinance everything that we could? It seems
So-
like that we're still paying on stuff from, going back to 2011. Could some of those stuff, if the opportunity arose in the future, could we just kind of refinance those bonds down to when they're, it's approaching zero?
Yeah, we most definitely can. Brad from Bayard, he evaluates that for us every year. Last year, there wasn't much savings in recalling any of the bonds. And there are certain terms for I don't believe this year, if the interest rates were to drop really low, that we could recall the bond from last year. I think each bond has certain terms where you have to borrow for so many years before you can recall and refund the bond. So it's just kind of dependent on each loan. But definitely something Brad looks at for us every year. And I'll continue to have him look at that for us.
That might be something that we would include in the financial plan.
Great idea.
All right, so TIF number 5, that is a Great River Residences TIF.
So tip 5, just a reminder, this is a pay-as-you-go TIF. So we receive the levy in and then we're paying back a portion to the developer. This is at a 7% interest rate. This was something that was put into place prior to me coming to the city. That interest rate is rather high, but I think it was a big sell to do with the pay-as-you-go instead of doing a borrowing. So
Just
You
for
will
the new alders, so the advantages to a pay-as-you-go are we don't really have a lot of risk, but the disadvantages is we have some interest expense.
correct.
Interest expense.
Good.
Okay, TIF 6, that's the fields. Not a lot of activity there. It's just the same tab, it's just
6,
there's nothing on it really.
it's the fields. So,
Yeah.
And that one's not very
It's your
exciting.
neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 6.
There's a difference between 5 and 6 different years.
The difference is 1.
5 is the water front, 6 is the other.
TIF 5 is Great River Residences, and TIF 6 is out on Sand Lake Road, the fields over there.
Oh,
So, and they're,
Some stuff.
It's still under development, which I think it just finally got
It
occupied.
just started.
So.
okay, so this is gonna get us to we're looking at water utility. And then, as a reminder, we pulled some of the paperwork that was up in, I don't know, Board of Public Works or something like that,
Street.
and pulled that back here, so with that extra position.
what I do with that.
Yeah,
So one thing that kind of stuck out, Jared, is the numbers kind of jump around between departments, but at the end, it's it seems like you have one area that spikes one year and then you take care of that, and then next year it's something different.
there's ebbs and flows to the utilities, the water, sewer, stormwater utilities. Some years you have a lot of consulting work because you have projects that need to be done. Some years you have a lot of repairs. You might have to do a new pump at a well for $40,000, or you might need 2 new pumps at the lift station for $25,000. It just varies upon year to year, but
It seems like over the long term, it kind of, everything evens out between all the departments.
One of the things I will say in some of the questions I had from alders was some of the water, sewer and stormwater budget accounts for the wages are variable from 2021, 2020, 2022. Part of that's through the reorganization. We added a salaried individual versus we added one more salaried individual, took them from hourly. So some of the splits and things and with the reorg, getting people put in different accounts and things, we'll get more consistency going forward now that we've got everything stabilized again, but it's kind of hard to follow, especially in the water utility, because there's so many different accounts in the water utility that we're required to have from the Public Service Commission that it's hard to follow the wages through there. But if you look at the wage sheet in the front, you'll see it's the same wage sheet as what was in last year's budget.
All right. There's a lot here. Do we need time to look at this or?
They start with the memo.
If not, we can talk about the Public Works Accounting Clerk position.
So just to give you a little history, we implemented the reorganization of the Public Works Department, fully implemented in September of 2021. Went through the 2021 and we actually had a retirement and our Public Works Manager retired and our Assistant Public Works Manager left us. Then also with the reorganization, we had the new position, Assistant Director of Public Works Operations, John White. He's with us tonight for any questions if we have any. Basically, that replaced Jim Prindle's position. We had an Assistant Director of Public Works, Shane Stoner. We replaced that position with 2 superintendents. So instead of having one person, we replaced it with 2 to spread out that supervisory duty. And with that, when that position came back around, we ended up internally promoting from within. We actually, when we did the reorg, we showed the customer service office manager, supervisor position, and 2 accounting clerks. We did not know who was going to get promoted or what we were going to do. Didn't know exactly how the job duties were going to fall out at that time. So we left that accounting clerk position open in all of 22. It was actually part of the 21 reorg, same amount of positions, same amount of full-time equivalent staff members, but we left it open because we didn't know with our reorg how things were going to actually play out. Through the course of 2022, we have found that our Public Works Office customer service supervisor and our 1 accounting clerk have been able to handle the duties we have. So with that, we want to take that other accounting clerk position and backfill the maintenance position, the frontline maintenance position that was left open by promotion of other staff members. So we're actually have been operating 1 short for all year. And we're going to reallocate those resources back down to our frontline maintenance working position. It's a circular pattern, if you can see through the 18 months of our reorg, if you can follow that. That makes sense.
So why was the position, like if we were short in the maintenance position last year and we had why did we wait a whole year, I guess? It's
Because we wanted to do it as part of the budget process. We didn't want to bring it forward halfway through the year. We just decided we'd wait and do it through the budget process. Because we wanted to give it almost a full year. So it's been a full year now because we have varying duties. It depends. Every 3 months we have utility bills go out, we have readings go out, we have ebbs and flows within the department. Winter is different than summer. So we wanted to make sure that we had a full year under our belt to make sure that we knew what our processes were and where our needs were.
okay. And the needs right now is for another maintenance position.
Correct.
And then so with that not being used, I just want to point out that you can't, this is in the water utility. So like you can't say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to put them in finance or something like that. It has to be, has to stay within the utility. So anybody have thoughts? Older Jurassic.
On the, what's the price difference that you're saving from getting rid of the retired guy and now replacing him with a new guy?
We already had it budgeted for an accounting clerk position and the maintenance 1 position, a starting maintenance 1 position are very similar. They're within $1,000 of one another.
Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. So Jared and or John, and thank you, John, for being here this evening too. I guess a couple questions I have. I know, the reorg that Works went through last year was quite substantial, and I know that you and our former city administrator went through a number of rewrites to try to get it settled out and get it straight. So just to confirm, there was a position funded in water, sewer, whatever, for the whole year, like to date, that has not been. So the money's been sitting there, but the position. has not
January,
been-
that position was funded at January 1st of 2022, and we have not come in to fill it.
Okay, so it's the end of October and it's been 10 months, and I know with the with the reorg, there was a lot of moving around and promotions and, in my opinion, some significant wage increases. I'm just wondering if there would be any consideration. I understand that this account where this money is would have to stay within, is it sewer, water, stormwater? Is it?
Sewer and water.
So it is sewer and water. I guess one question I would have is, going back to my original statement a few hours ago, whether or not we could justify using it for some type of an additional IT person for the city of Onalaska. We could justify those funds, because I know part of our IT person now, a significant amount is out of there. So I know, I feel like there is great need with IT. I know we have increased our contract with MCS, but just talking with some staff members, and I apologize, you and I have not had a chance to talk about this. Just wondering whether or not that you would give consideration to that, because for 10 months, things are getting done. So it's been open, and I'm just wondering whether or not we could slide that somewhere else.
I think we're already paying for part of the IT positions with the water and sewer utility, so it probably wouldn't be fair to charge a whole IT person to the water and sewer utility, for starters. I don't disagree with the needs in IT per se. We did, through the new contract that starts January 1st with MCS, we have added more duties to our consultant. So we're hoping to pick up some time there. We did add a part-time position in IT just to try and get 1 day a week where we can get some of the lower hanging fruit activities performed. So I think, it's just a matter of trying to build toward the future. And I think we are building toward the future between MCS and our current staff. Would I say that in the future, we're going to be coming in for a position? I would say we would. But I think right now with the public works staff charged to water and sewer going completely to IT, and I don't know the percentages of what our current IT manager, it's 30, and 10, if I remember right. So a lot of his wages are already getting charged to water and sewer. So we'd be really moving it forward.
What would you think, if I may ask, would you think if we had, whether it's a half-time or a three-quarter or full-time person? I mean, I'm certainly open to a discussion. What would you think would be a fair, because I'm not one that I want to start clicking the books and start screwing and skewing numbers and percentages, but what would you think might be a fair representation for an IT person for percentages?
I mean, I think you're going to have to be at least 50% probably general fund with whatever you do, if it's whatever position you have.
Stephen?
Thank you.
So if we're going to be talking about a new IT position, though, I think first we would have to identify what has to be getting done that's not getting done. And we have to find out, what is this person going to do? Not saying that there's not a requirement, but we would have to identify that first.
And if you don't mind my responding to Stephen, I would say the same thing for the position that he wants to backfill.
Sure.
So I need to be fair, but I think that's a good point. Absolutely. You can't disagree.
So if we, so our options are, we could, with Jared's proposal, we could do some sort of hybrid. Or I suppose technically we could just eliminate the position if the job is being done. That would be another option, although it won't affect the general fund, that would affect the water budget.
Water and sewer utility.
What would happen in that case? So just the water utility would be better
I'm
funded?
gonna let John describe some of the day-to-day activities that we do and some of the various things, you know, it's one of the, and I'm gonna let John expound on this, but one of the things that we do a lot of things that save us cost time today, but save us cleaning lift stations, just doing a variety of maintenance activities, making sure the hydrants are working, flushing hydrants. We've done more flushing in the last 3 years. We've upped that. So our testing levels are lower. It's just a variety of things that it's not, obviously plowing snow, the more bodies we have plowing snow, the better off we are. That's an easy one that you can visually see, but a lot of what we do, a lot of times it goes unnoticed, so.
I would just say that we're running extremely lean right now up there. I don't think you'd be able to do it without the staff you currently have up there right now. And going forward, you have to understand that you got probably the best staff, I would say, in the state that's running up there, but they're running extremely lean. You just got to take that into consideration. Running one short, but you couldn't do it without the staff you have up there right now. What I'd have to say to him. I guess if there's any questions of, yeah, I'm willing to offer him back, but that IT position when hired was housed up at Public Works, and I haven't seen him in 3 weeks, you know.
But he's housed here now for quite some time.
Yeah.
So, and to be fair, we don't have an IT. I mean, I know you're representing IT, but because I like to hear from.
But right now, we're taking on a lot of the GIS duties since we lost that position as well. So we're running extremely lean.
Well, and if I may say, since you are here, one thing that I've always appreciated about Jared, I say this from time to time through the years, that you have always given great appreciation verbally at Board of Public Works and also at council, past years at council meetings also, about the public works staff and how well you take care of everything. There is pride and ownership. Same way, like when we look at the police and fire department and all the equipment we have. So thank you. Because, I've had a number of tours up there through the years, and it's obvious to me that you take great pride in the equipment that this council and the taxpayers provide to our workers. So thank you for that.
In their example, it's one of the things, we have a forestry consultant. We've been using John Snops as of the last couple of years, and we had him go through and look at a variety of our trees, and it goes back to the bucket truck again. We're going to try and do a variety of thinning in our maple trees, because if you've noticed during a lot of our storms lately, when we do get wind, maple trees get blown over off the boulevard, where we're going to try and go out and do a conducive thinning program. But if we're down, it just comes back to, we use all hands on deck when we're doing stuff like that, because we send out a 6-person crew during the winter when it's not snowing. So it's just not, Dan's in the same predicament in the Parks Department. I know he needs staff too. He's got the same stuff. The playgrounds don't get maintained necessarily the way we want to, or different things in the parks too. So it's just a matter of what we feel we need to get the job done.
So that leaves us in the same position. We can either accept the proposal, we can leave it the way it is, eliminate the position, or we can talk about changing it to, I guess the proposal, Dan's was half maintenance, half IT or something like that, or?
Whatever. I'm just throwing out examples. It's your committee. I'm just throwing out some possibilities, so for you to consider.
So do we have any thoughts on this, or?
My thought would be that if we're gonna do it, we would recommend what Jared, and I don't know if we create something on the fly, but we don't even know what the IT person would be doing. I mean, I get what Diane's saying. I think there's definitely a need for some IT resources, but just to say, well, this person's gonna do this, and we don't even know what that all is yet. Where we do have a recommendation to at least present, I'd be more supportive of that at this time.
Well, the director here, Jared, has oversight on all of that, and his recommendation is what's before us. So I'm guessing, I'm trusting he knows where he needs the help. So,
And I will say in relation to, Alder Wolf, we have in this budget, we have increased the contractual services by 25,000 and added a part-time position for 6,000. So I think we are ramping it up per se. So at some point, we got to make a decision. Do we roll some of that back a little bit and then add to it by getting a full-time position? That's what my vision would be, is we've been kind of incrementally ramping stuff up, trying to do better. And, I think in the last 3 years, we've come a long ways in the IT section of the city. I mean, I feel we're much more secure, better equipment, better everything like that. But I think at some point, instead of coming in, and I'm hopefully going to be able to give some back, because we can roll back some of the consulting and some of the maybe part-time, and we can roll it into a full-time position is what my goal is.
And if I could follow up with Jared real quick, I know those of us who've been here a long time and staff, I remember that back in early 2000s when we had Christie, and it literally, we had a previous person in a position as a department head who, it was always no, we couldn't, there was no money for technology. And we were taping pieces together, and it was pitiful. So we have come a long way. But I'd like to just for us to keep looking forward, and because we just need to keep looking forward is my biggest concern. Thank you.
So if we've gone basically a year, kind of with this in limbo, I've heard kind of two prevailing thoughts here. So one is that we should kind of assess what the needs are, whether it was in the accounting clerk or the maintenance or IT. So we could make an argument that we want to really figure out what we need to do first, and then we could pull the trigger. And it might be just as presented, or we can take the director's recommendation, just make it a maintenance position now. So I mean, is there a compelling reason why we need to jump on this immediately? Or would it make sense to get the information first, or should we just?
we could get the information, but then it would fall outside the budget process. Because I mean, that's what we're doing here tonight. If we delay it with the
It's in the
information.
budget. We leave it there,
Well, we'd leave it there.
but just the role may change. Or it might stay the same.
Okay, so approve the amount, but ask for more information on what this person really should be doing.
The amount is already in the budget, is my understanding.
Right. That's what I'm saying, but it wouldn't be if we were saying we're not going to do this.
So the proposal is to kind of change from the accounting clerk position to a maintenance position.
Right.
The budgetary impact is already like it's
Zero.
budget neutral, right?
Right. Yep.
So if we think that, and I would lean on Jared, I mean, if you think that if we do a study and we're going to get the answer is going to be that you need the maintenance position, then I don't know that we need to spin our wheels. But if we don't know what the answer is, maybe we should find out. So Amanda, you had your.
Yes, I'm just confused. Are we talking about either we're going to fund this positions or we're not going to fund this position? Or are we still talking about IT? My only concern with IT, and I do think there is a need for more IT people, is that to Jared's point, I don't think we can put any more out of water and sewer into IT because we're already covering a large chunk of our IT manager's salary. Excuse me. So if the goal was to create some kind of hybrid position, which I think just from an education background job description perspective would be challenging, we'd also would have to go back to the general fund and find money to do that. And so, I mean, I think your choices are really, we either fund this position out of water and sewer as Jared's proposing, or we don't feel we have a need for it this year and we reevaluate it in the future.
Fair enough.
I'll make a motion that we fund Jared's position as he recommends.
A second.
Wouldn't be the correct term. It's just accept the job change.
Accept his position, his recommendation, that we accept his position as recommended. with the proper funding already.
That's my intent with my second.
Okay, we have a motion from Alder Smith, seconded by Alder Knott to accept the job change proposal for the Public Works Cleaning Clerk position to be a Public Works Maintenance.
Counting.
No, maintenance worker.
Maintenance
Changing
worker.
from the accounting clerk.
All right, right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Is there anything else in the water utility? Sewers?
One thing I would point out in the sewer utility is under the expenses, the lacrosse charges, as we went through the process of the new sewer agreement, you can see that over the 3-year rolling average, the sewer charges are going up for the lacrosse treatment charges. So that is an item that is basically it's revenue coming in and expenses going out. So it's a pass through based upon our treatment rate.
Which line items are talking here?
It is, it's on page 2, 620, 58, 100, 290 lacrosse contractual charges.
Got it.
Budgeted 1,078,000 in 2020, 1,117,000 in 2021. Budgeted 1,465,000 this year. We're budgeting 1,899,000 in 2023.
Then my understanding of, I think there was a change after the budget book was printed that the other income was an additional $40,000, right? And what was the source of that? Right, committee, you want to look at this more or are we good? Right. Next tab is the cemetery. I like how the first line is, like that's the ditch digging, right? That's opening grades, okay.
Really, the cemetery budget hasn't altered a whole lot. At the committee level, we did change the rates for 2022, which are included in your book tonight.
You have any idea on how many lots is still left?
Surprisingly, we're selling a lot in the part that's open right now. I mean, there's compared to, we just opened it 5 years ago and there's a lot going in there, but I don't know the exact number.
How many do you think will be opening up once we close off that road?
Once we include the 2.4 acres that we have, depending on we haven't got fully designed yet, but depending on the topography and how much we leave for the columbarium space, there's probably going to be another. It's got to be probably 500 in there. So.
If we want best pricing on a plot, we better get it before December 31st.
Yes.
I've been thinking about it, so. And my forever home. All right, so let's go to the Omni Center.
Yeah.
Second reminder, the chair will not entertain puns.
Sorry, getting late.
We're almost done.
City Council comedy hour.
Come on up.
Center. We're getting there.
I don't think I had a section.
Bless you.
Wick. Omni Center seems to be firing on all cylinders.
No.
Yes, we're happy where we're at.
So one thing that popped out was admission sales. We budgeted 1,000. Year to date, we're at 88. We're expecting a decline in people coming to visit the Omni Center.
That would be,
I hope you say no.
what?
No is the answer I'm looking.
No, no. Yeah, no, a taxable account.
Justin?
Any suggestions? We did host the ACHA tournament last year, which was a college tournament that we charged admissions, which was a one, that was the first time we had them. It looks to be something that we're going to try to get every other year, or every third year, because they do travel around the Midwest, looking at facilities. Because if you look at previous years, you know, we did drop it to 1,000 because previous years we weren't getting that number.
Could you just briefly, so between Omni and tourism, some of the salaries are paid by a room tax, right?
Correct. The Omni Center manager position, 10% of his wages comes out of tourism. Our sales and marketing coordinator, 100% of her wages comes out of the room tax. And then we are proposing in this budget a part-time position, which 50% of that would come from the Omni and 50% would come from tourism.
Holger Wolf.
So Amanda, as city administrator, can I confirm with you then that this is the only position that has been added?
No, our parks position also,
Oh,
our parks.
Right, in that part-time position in parks, but these are the only ones, so no one's, I don't believe anyone's hours have been increased either, right?
No.
Thank you.
Old or not?
Yeah, general advertising, that's the very bottom of the first page, 55,450-323. I'm seeing
The
that,
expense side, yep.
what's that?
That's under the expense, not on the revenue. The first.
Right, first of the expense, I'm sorry, yes. What I'm saying is, and actually I view that as a good thing to a degree here, is that your expenses have actually gone up in large chunks the last several years, and you are already exceeding the 15K budget for this year by a few $100s, and you're asking for 15K again next year. Is this going to be sufficient? And obviously, advertising and marketing is important if you're going to be getting new customers, so.
I think it's a number we can work with. Within our, we always kind of track it based on our revenues. So as the more events we're bringing in, the more marketing we're doing. So, you know, we kind of work hand in hand. As an enterprise fund trying to make profit, we got to keep a very close eye on our expenses to kind of work with what we have. So I believe the 15 is good, but as we see increased revenue, then if we see that more coming in, then we can increase our advertising for other things.
Okay.
Older Jurassic.
Yeah, is the general advertising, is that the signage and like that around the skate?
No, this is all for advertising events. Primarily when we started managing the Omni Center, the only thing to use this for was the spring and fall craft fairs. Now, as we're doing more events, this is a lot of advertising of events that we have coming in, new opportunities, print material, things of that nature. So any of the signage and things that's going in, like directional signage and stuff like that, that we'd be looking to utilize as part of our rebrand.
Okay, so this is advertising of the Omni Center, not companies that are trying to advertise there.
Yeah, no, that would be under sponsorships on a revenue account.
All right, we good?
Well, he's also, I guess. 55,450-340 operating supplies. You've been carrying 16,000 over as a budget now for a couple of years, and each time that hasn't been sufficient. Are you looking at a way to try to curtail that, or should we be looking at trying to figure out where to move something around inside of this?
We're doing the best we can with what, we got to fix things when it breaks. And a lot of times that's what's happening. And, we are dealing with an aging building. And so the more things that we can get replaced and go with, it's kind of our cost of doing business.
So what are you recommending then? Is 16K going to be sufficient?
I think 16, we're gonna work with 16 and give it our best shot.
All right.
How much have we freed up so far?
We have $200 extra, although I've got some recommendations.
But this is the enterprise fund, so that doesn't have to do anything with general fund.
That's right. It's not general funding. All right. I'm good.
We will go forth to tourism. First, do you have any thoughts on Director Wick actually chairs the LCCVB. And room tax has had a good run for a couple of years, and we think that's going to continue.
Yeah, we are using our 2019 numbers as what we're projecting. So we're going back, looking at 2019, looking to be back at, which 2019 was near record. But that's what Explore Lacrosse is utilizing for their numbers. So that's what Sabrina and I worked on together to put that together for ours.
Just if I could, put in a plug here on public record too. Just a reminder that, a lot of these events that have just exploded over the last couple of years in the Omni Center, that feeding the hotels with the hotel tax that those do actually don't get included in his revenues under Omni, but there's no doubt in my mind that there's a significant benefit to the city through the hotel taxes based upon how well they're doing at Omni. So.
It's the name of the game.
Yep.
Hand up, or are you just scratching?
I'm good.
Good things going on at the Omni with tourism, so thank you. We get to storm.
Yeah.
Just a comment.
You have to not raise your head and back of Steve's head.
On page 3, there's a transfer out. It shows 1,708. And when I looked at that, underneath it says Omni per city ordinance. So I was just questioning, I went to Sabrina. Sorry.
I think you started with Katie and then
It started with Katie and then I went to Sabrina and Amanda but what it is, it's 1% of the room tax. It says per city ordinance and Katie found out that it's not an ordinance. It's a resolution that was made and it has to do with money that goes from tourism into the Omni until the Omni is paid off. And then I asked Sabrina if she could tell us how long before the Omni would actually be paid off.
So one of the debt securities ends in 2026 and one ends in 2027. There are two. Yes, we're getting there.
And then my understanding is that does not continue after it's paid off.
That is my understanding from reading the resolution, unless the council would approve to continue that.
Yeah. So, Director Wick, you don't have any thoughts?
Well,
Just to give you, the roughly 100,000 that we get in that is critical for the, funding of the facility. And, if that funding goes away, we're running close. So the building was built in 1992. I think it opened in 93. So we're going on a 30-year anniversary in 2023. We've had 2 years that building has broke even. In like 2017 or 2018, I think, Fred got done and I think we had $5, but we were on the right side. And then we last year, we came at with about a $60,000 surplus. You got to understand, back in 2013, when the Park and Rec kind of took over operation of that building, we were losing about $120,000 to $130,000 a year. We've cut that down. We're working less than a $20,000 deficit. We're getting close. And when you look at the economic impact that this facility brings to the area, we'll be coming back before you in 2026, 2027 to discuss that resolution more, because if that funding goes away, there's going to be no way that I believe that we are going to be able to continue to operate that facility at a close, to break even proposition at what we're doing.
So, and just to maybe kind of point out, our room tax rate, and that's the rate that is charged to patrons of hotels in Unalaska, is 8%, and that's split various, I could actually tell you, but we are lower. I think La Crosse is at 9.5%. So at some point, we might want to think about kind of the long-term maintenance. I know, for example, if we replace a chiller for hockey, that's $500,000. So $100,000 savings can get spent really quickly. Stephen?
Oh, no, I was just going to point out again that it'll be up to the Common Council at that time when it runs out, whether or not they'll continue it on. But that $100,000, no doubt, in my mind pays for itself. Again, I mentioned the room tax dollars that are probably driven by that. We'd have to do a study to show how much, but there's no doubt in my mind that with as many tournaments and conferences, events that he's running there, that we're filling a lot of those hotels up that otherwise wouldn't be. And then, of course, you got the money being spent on the local businesses with restaurants, et cetera, too. So, I mean, that's something they'll have to consider in the future. But yeah, I would initially be very opposed to relooking at raising our hotel tax, and I have reasons for that. I'll bring that up at a future date. So, yeah. All right.
Alder Stokes.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I brought this up is because once I found out that it's a resolution, our resolution is temporary. We'd have to do an ordinance. And so just bringing it up before you to know that that's going to be coming down the line.
Yep.
City Administrator / Attorney Amanda Jackson.
We can have a greater discussion on this later, but room tax is capped by statute. And there's only in certain conditions that you can exceed certain percentages. And so one of the things that allows you to exceed those is when you are paying off debt to pay off a convention center for the benefit of tourism in your area. And so that is also why we have a higher room tax, and perhaps why La Crosse has an even higher one. And so just know that we can't just pick a number. It's very limited under statute.
Sure. I think where I was going with that is if we wanted to do some, after the original debt is paid off, if we wanted to do some large scale improvements to the Omni Center, that might be a vehicle we could look at. So that is a story for another day.
Sure.
Alder Jurassic.
Yeah, it was conversation today with the gentleman that came into Bell Subaru. He's from the he's from one of the major companies in the area, and they're looking at La Crosse, Unalaska very high because all the other major cities in the area have priced way too high, where we're still, the room taxes, the restaurants he was talking about, they went to a convention and it paid $50 just for a box lunch, which was a cereal sandwich and a bag of chips. And he says, we've been going all through the area here, finding out the cost of food and everything like that. They're planning possibly over 2,000 people attending this convention. And that was just in conversation today, what happened, where I was going with looking at.
Let's stay focused. We got the end in sight here.
Right.
So
next.
stormwater utility.
Sure.
Or you gotta be getting tired of having. We should arrange these so like,
Tag teams.
like they can just come up once.
Guess I just point out major budget changes were outlined in my memo that was attached. We did alter the ERU, the equivalent runoff rate at the committee meeting, which is incorporated into your budget tonight.
I see nothing.
Okay, we can go to the Great River, I'm sorry, the parking ramp. Gunderson Lutheran parking ramp. GL, General Ledger.
One thing I would add for the Anderson Lutheran parking ramp is this was one of the budget changes that you approved earlier to increase the levy in here. That is based on the agreement with the Gunderson Lutheran parking ramp. Otherwise, the only other expenses that are really in here is the debt for the ramp. Essentially, the levy pays for their debt. And then at the end of the year, Gunderson gives us like a shortfall payment at the end of the year.
I don't see there's a whole lot that we can go into.
No.
Mangle things up, so. CDA, and this is its own fund too.
Katie's ready if you got questions.
Here.
All right, so we are,
Got two open issues.
okay, so we open issues to address, Stephen?
You've got the HR reclassification that was tabled until the end of the meeting. We also have a $200 additional sum that was cut from the Board of Public Works that we need to find out where that's going to go or how we're going to use that. And I'm going to also recommend, how do you want to do this? You want to finalize whatever, dollar amounts we have first, or do you want to do the HR piece first?
Why, I think we should take care of the business, including the HR position that was in the book, and then we'll, basically to wrap things up. And we have another item on the agenda that we need to address. And then we'll need to make a motion to send this to the budget hearing. So first, let's.
Want to finalize dollars first?
Yeah,
and then
let's-
go HR?
we need to finalize everything before we send to the budget.
So-
Alder Wolf, oh, I'm sorry, you weren't
Oh,
done.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add, we have not, have we asked Amy to come up and talk about? It's been so, we've been here so long. Has Amy been asked to come up and address this?
Yes.
You have, I'm sorry, it's been so long.
We're about to talk about it again, so.
Well, and the reason why I just wanted to bring it up was that I had looked up, talked with her briefly in between. I know that I looked up back on October 24th of 2022, our previous city administrator, per our policy 3.01 wage and salary administration, notified all council members that there were equity adjustments that took place for 5 employees last year. And this position was one of them. So there was an equity adjustment, which is separate from a reclassification. So I just wanted to just note that for the record.
So
But I also would want to have also some reference back to what our finance director had talked about, the steps and such, because there's, I guess I think we need to all understand where she's coming from and what she's talking about also.
So do we want to just address this one first?
Yeah, let's knock it off in order here.
All right, so what I'm going to recommend on this is actually that we have another look at this. My understanding is in the past, most of these reclasses have also had input, if not directly done by city administrator. I'm wondering if our city administrator could take a look at this and also see what she recommends as far as reclassification or not before we make a determination on this. What do you think?
You want me to look at it tonight and then?
No,
Okay.
no, no. Yeah.
We'd really
See you at
prefer
1
you
a.m.
don't.
No.
You stay here, we'll go.
Okay.
Go eat pizza.
I think a recess except for Amanda.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fine.
Okay, so I'll make that as a motion, please. Okay.
Thoughts from anybody either on or not on the committee?
That makes sense. Yeah, think it out first.
And the things that we're looking at is, would it be to the step one grade? I mean, there's a couple different options. And also, does that, my goal is that we should be paying our people appropriately and fairly, but having just gone through that wage study, that's, I don't want to have to create another wage study. So that's like, we want to be very careful and specific and make sure if we make a change that we're doing the right thing. So, okay, so is there any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes. And then the second item is our,
Dollars.
all that work for $200.
Well, I'm gonna make another recommendation too, and it's based on previous conversation with Chief Ashbeck when he was up here too. So I'm gonna recommend that we move that extra $200 plus we transfer $800 from the police postage, which is 100-55 200-361. That would be a combined 1,000, the 800 from police and the 200 that's additional, and move, I'm sorry, I said that right. It's 100-521-00-311 to the parks regular fuel again. I still believe that's grossly under budgeted. And that's line 100-55 200-361, which would bring his total then to 8K. So if you look at, we'll go do this first. So look at the police, I guess is first in the order. Some fire commission. There we go.
What line was that?
311.
It's on, page one where you see the 311 postage. That would reduce him down to 1,900, which is still more than he has used in the past. I know in the conversation we said that might be a little over. And then we have that additional 200, which makes 1,000 that we can put into Parks regular fuel, which would bring him to a total of 8K. I'll do that as a motion.
So for discussion, I guess, Chuck, do you anticipate a mailing project or something, or? I think the desire is that we're thinking that fuel is going to be kind of more of a commodity in the upcoming year. But if we're taking money from one budget and then putting it in another department, I want to make sure that it's okay.
I mean, honestly, it's all one big budget, right? So philosophically, I don't have a problem. But I mean, I would point out, like, we're $13,000 over in fuel budget this year in our budget. So I did increase our budget some for next year for fuel, but not 13,000. Now I'm not anticipating an increase in 13,000 unless gas goes back up to $5 a gallon. But it's all one big budget. That's why I say, I mean, you could put the 800 in Park and Rec, and if they fall within budget and we're over, I mean, it's
Move it around, yeah.
it's just, so I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, whatever you want to do.
So I don't know, I just kind of feel like we're splitting hairs at this point, and we could just kill this thing and go home soon, so.
Well, this was my last one, but yeah. Well, it's the reason I'm doing that is if you look at the parks, they had a $6,000 budget this year, and to date, they're already at 11,800. It's significantly over. And yet next year, he's also at 6. Now we've corrected that to go to 7. But I think this is a painless way to figure out where to, get him up to 8,000, where he's at least closer.
All right, So. Do we want to fight this or we want to go home soon? All right,
Fine with whatever you want to do.
all right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes. All right, so. Any other business before we, Alder Wolf?
Number 5.
No, I'm. Do we have to do the resolution before we send this to budget hearing? The resolution has to do with, I think. council pay.
2.25% increase in council.
Okay,
To move it.
we'll do that next then. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is
Yeah.
We have to make a motion to move this to the budget hearing.
I'm sorry, I nodded too quickly.
okay,
Sabrina's right. Make the
Yeah.
motion, then move to the,
all
I thought
right.
you were asking if we had to do the resolution tonight. And I was like, yes, we have to do the resolution tonight.
Okay, then I will propose that we move this 2023 executive budget to the November 7th budget hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Now we'll go on to item 5, resolution 20-2022 to increase salaries for the common council. Sabrina, could you very briefly just,
I'm gonna
for the
defer to.
record, what are we doing here?
Essentially, my understanding, now that I've gotten an education from our city attorney / city administrator. So this resolution, this was put into place a few years ago to adjust salaries because salaries hadn't been adjusted for a long time for council members. And essentially, every 2-year term, you get the prior 2-year COLAs that hit the general population, the non-union population. So that's what this resolution is you approving the new wages for 2023 after the election. So that would start in April. Did I cover that well for 1040?
For 1040, we'll take it. So just a couple things I'm going to add. So one of the other changes too is, so these would change in April, not on January 1st, because it can't change until the term. And so that's also part of what was adjusted. We have to do a resolution because increasing elected officials' salaries is a very convoluted manner. It's not something that you can do every year. And it's something that you have to provide a certain amount of notice to the public to do. And so I think we had this conversation maybe a year or two about how we did this ordinance. We passed the ordinance. A lot of us have an opinion that the ordinance by itself is notice to the public. However, it's a little gray as to whether that meets our statutory notice requirements. And so to make sure we are absolutely meeting those requirements, we are going to do a resolution every single year. And that's our notice to the public that we are changing an elected official's salary. And so you will see the same resolution with slightly different numbers every single year along with the budget.
And for the record, the monthly difference is like $11. So it's not a lot. And does that affect 3 or half of the, like half the council or the?
So you will forever be on 2 separate salary schedules because it follows your terms. And so the people that were elected this past year, their salary does not change. The people that were correct for the next 2 years, the people that are reelected this year will receive the COLA from this past year because there wasn't a COLA in 2021. So they will get 2022's COLA effective April of 2023. The only anomaly is the council president's salary will change every year because they're reelected every year.
All right, any other discussion?
For a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 20-2022.
I'll second.
Motion by me, seconded by Tom. Is there any discussion?
Do we have to
Steve?
read this or not?
Yeah,
We have to read this one, don't we?
it would,
No, you don't have to. Okay.
so we had no pay increase in 2021. Last year, it was 2.25%. And I know there's a delay depending on what you discussed. We're talking $11 a month. I know it's small dollars, but I think it's also symbolic. I'd actually be opposed to it. I just think that maybe this year again, we withhold it and maybe relook it next year. I've always been a little bit reluctant to them. I did vote for the last one, but yeah, I've always been reluctant to do this because I mean, none of us are actually doing it for the salary. I'm sure of that because it's not that huge of amount of money. And no one's going to live off that. So, yeah.
Alder Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. I know this has been debated ad nauseum at La Crosse County and somewhat at City of La Crosse. And I know there were some in La Crosse County supervisors who felt very adamant that I think their salary should not go up. But some of them had a come to Jesus moment, so to speak, and they saw it from a different point of view, and their opinion changed dramatically and they went ahead and adjusted salaries. And when they adjusted them, I think probably more in line where maybe they need to be a little bit closer to, they had just a plethora of people come out, which to me is the whole purpose of for me, I mean, well, there'll be those people who disagree, but I think it's really good to have competition. You know, then the voters have a choice on the ballot instead of they don't have a reason to come out because there's one name on the ballot. Like, why even bother? So La Crosse County, after they raised, and that was the whole thing, what they spoke quite a bit about, and also City of La Crosse, they both raised, and that's when they had more competition. So because it also, well, here's the thing, it also, you know, we all lead certain lives. But we don't have any young mothers here who are home, either they're single moms or they're a young mother, and they have to pay daycare for children because in order to be here, you know, I remember when I was here, I came on here when I was 42. So I was fortunate I had a husband who was able to stay home with our daughter. But it's that extra little bit of financial kickback that helps those people who are not in our position to be able to afford to take the time out of their busy day and pay their other bills and actually be here to represent. So if anything, it opens it up to a little bit more salary, opens it up to more people in the community. Thank you.
I think the original intent of the ordinance was that often things like these salaries and the Board of Review salary has, I mean, it's like my adult children that own their own house now weren't born yet before that was changed. And so at some point, by adjusting this with the COLA, it made it an automated mechanism. So ideally, nobody would ever have to worry about this again. And whatever the commensurate salary was today, 10, 15, 20 years from now would still be relatively fair to what City Hall's, the non-union staff were paid. So unfortunately, we didn't know about the annual resolution, which makes it a little bit more difficult. And I kind of wonder if you should just have to suck it up and change it every 5 years or something like that. I know that we had looked at like what the City of La Crosse alder salary is it like with expenses, it was about $1,000 a month. And they actually represent less people per district than we do. And I would actually argue do less work. County board members meet less often, they're on less committees, most of them anyway. They get paid more and they do less work. So at some point you got to kind of stick up for yourselves and say, I'm like, I know we're not worth much here, but geez, we're worth a little bit. So I would actually say that we should support this, but. All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of resolution 2022 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. Item 6.
To adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion by Tom, seconded.
One quick thing. I think we would all be in agreement. I think I can safely speak on behalf of council as your council president. Thank you all for all your hard work. This has been a grind. thank you. We couldn't have done it all without your help, and I know, and Sabrina, thank you for leading us, and Amanda and everyone else, thank you so very much. I think it went pretty well compared to what in some past years, we've had some issues, but like years ago, but I think pretty well. I mean, it was a fantastic budget, so thank you all.
So before we adjourn, I'd just like to say the cupcakes were a nice touch.
Yes, thank you, Leanne.
All right, all those in favor of adjournment,
Aye.
we stand adjourned. The time is 10:49 PM.